Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1:02. I'd like to call the first meeting of the Planning and Environment Committee to order. It's the first meeting of our new cycle. I'd like to welcome Councillor Stevenson, our new member to PAC. Please check the city website for additional meeting and detailed information. The City of London is situated on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Wauk, and Adirondack. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. The City of London is currently home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit today. As representatives of the people of the City of London, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work and live in this territory. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact pec@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. At this time, I'll look for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, I'll move on to consent items. I will inform the committee that 2.3 regarding 455 Highbury Avenue North will be pulled, and we will, as is custom, deal with it after we're finished the scheduled items. So I will look to committee now for hopefully a motion regarding 2.1 and 2.2. Councillor Cuddy, you're moving those. I look for a seconder. Deputy Mayor Lewis, we have a motion moved and second. I'll look for any questions or comments on those two items. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, I just wanted to talk about 1702 and 1750 Stackhouse Ave. As we know from the deeming bylaw, this is around a new school for the Catholic School Board in the northeast part of the city, an area that obviously is in need of schools as well. So pleased to see this moving forward. I know from a timing perspective, it would have been great to have known beforehand whether or not this was going to be part of a school block and how this was going to move forward, but here it is in front of us. So good to see this moving forward with a 401 pupil place school. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from committee members or visiting councillors? Seeing none, we'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.1, and this is a delegation from Mr. Matrelier, the chair of our Community Advisory Committee on Planning. Sir, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of PEC and visiting councillors. My name is John Mark Metre. I'm chair of the Community Advisory Committee on Planning. Thank you again for hearing my delegation. This will be a quick one. I just wanted to draw your attention to an item in our report in support of the application at 63 Byron, which is the next item on your agenda. Our support may be overkill given the letters you see there, most of which I think are in support of the application. But I did want to highlight that we had the opportunity and the privilege to speak to the applicant at the advisory committee. They attended and answered some of our questions, described the project. It's clear they've put a tremendous amount of expense into that project. It's called a demolition, but our understanding is effectively they're demolishing quite a derelict building, rebuilding it in a different location, and adding an addition. So from our perspective, it's largely preserving the heritage streetscape there at what I imagine is a significant expense and effort from the property owner. And so we fully support it, and we like to come to you guys with the positive news stories as well as the negative ones. So we just wanted to recognize that owner and express our support for that application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Metre. Okay, the clerk has an updated motion to acknowledge that we heard from Mr. Metre. You should see that in e-scribe. So I'll put it to the committee. Councillor Stevenson, you'll move the acceptance of the report and acknowledgement of the thing. Seconder, Councillor Cuddy, any questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.2. This is regarding 63 Byron Avenue East, Wortley Village. I'll look for someone to move to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. We'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So I'll look for the applicant. The applicant would like to address the committee.
Yes.
Okay, I hear you online. If you could give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the committee and my neighbors who are attending. My name is Kingsley Ojukwu, and I am one of the owners of the property. I co-own the property with my husband, Peter Dolman. I want to say thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak at this meeting. So this home is a house that has stood there for a century, and it holds a very important piece to London's history. As I mentioned in my letter, my family has lived on Byron Avenue for over 7 years. And during that time, we've restored several houses, neglected houses on the street, and we've provided housing to Londoners and students in Wortley Village and in London at large. Our current home no longer meets our needs, and we are committed to staying in that neighborhood where we've built deep roots and we have strong relationships. The current reality is that if you look through the images that we sent and through the heritage impact assessments and the correspondence letter that you have from other professionals, you would see that the current house is in severe disrepair. And I do not believe that, the previous homeowners put in a lot of work to maintain the house. The roof has failed, the foundation is crumbling. There has been a water line that has ruptured there for a long period of time that has just been fixed. And this has caused the foundation on the east side of the house to sink, and majority of the balloon frame is so deteriorated that when you touch them, some of them turn to dust. The house is currently uninhabited. I think we have a family of raccoon living there. It's filled with feces. We've tried to clean it up, and it's just been a lot of, money going into that, and we haven't seen any results. We are hoping that we can get this project approved. Economically speaking, we think that approving this project is not just about saving the house, it's about creating opportunities for Londoners and for Wortley economy. This house is going to employ, a lot of carpenters, masons, electricians within the Old South community and London at large. Sometimes we get questions from neighbors and friends. Why are we doing what we are doing? Why are we going through this length to preserve this house? So because the plan is to deep break, lift, reconstruct the frame, put back the house, reuse the same corbels. And why can't we just build a new house when we do this? To answer that, the answer lies in the story that we discovered when we bought this house, right? So this home honors an immigrant who moved from Cornwall, England to Canada to create a better life for his family. Although he's not a well-known figure, this family, they acquired pieces of land on Byron Avenue East that was formerly called Armour Street. Over the period of time, this family, they built about 4 homes on Byron Avenue East and lived in one of those homes on Byron Ave. And then in the late 1890s, they decided to build 63 Byron Avenue East as their retirement home. They moved into the house and lived there for the rest of their lives. They contributed to London's growth as a carpenter, as medical professionals and community members, and provided housing as well. We knew none of this story when we purchased the house. It was only after working with ACO and doing some research that we knew the history of this house. When we read the history, it felt as if we were reading a page from our own lives. I myself, as an immigrant, I moved from London, England after my school and moved to Canada to settle here with my husband. All of the streets in London, we chose Byron Avenue, and we rented a small apartment in a duplex to live on Byron Ave. You know, over the years, we worked very hard, we lived very frugally, and just like the Thomas family who's lived there before us, we acquired a few rental properties on the same street and provided safe housing for Londoners. So after several years and hard work, we hope to move in. We hope to move out of our current duplex and move into our first single family home that would potentially be our forever home. You can't make these stories up, and so this is why we want to preserve every brick and every cobble on that house, every heritage piece on that house, just to honor the family legacy and ensure that their story lives on. So in closing, I am urging the committee members and the members of my neighbors who do support my proposal to move this outpouring, to move this forward. This is our chance to act before it's too late. If we don't do anything with this house, it's going to be sitting there for a long period of time, and eventually it will be torn down, and the history of that house and the history of the Thomas family will be lost forever. By approving this plan, we preserve a piece of London's history, we strengthen our community, and we set an example of what a sustainable restoration could look like. I just respectfully ask that you support this motion, and together we can turn 63 Byron Avenue from an abandoned structure to a restored landmark for the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll look for other people that would like to address the committee in the gallery or online. I don't see anyone going to the microphones in the gallery. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online. She has indicated there is nobody online. So I'll look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Cuddy, and we'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll put this on the floor for committee members. Councillor Cuddy?
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Stevenson has seconded. And look for questions or comments from committee members or visiting staff. Councillor Frank, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to say I won't be speaking on this item due to a conflict of interest for living in close proximity to the property. I just wanted to let people know because I know I have some residents watching, so I wanted to share I won't be speaking to it.
Okay, thank you. I'll look for other comments or questions. The committee will permit me from the chair, just a quick comment on this. Judging by the number of letters we've received from neighbors, there's general support for the demolition of this property. It's, I think, what we have seen many times is demolition by neglect. Good job by the property owner to incur a considerable expense in demolishing this building and then using what can be reclaimed in the structure to replace it. Okay, Councillor, our Deputy Mayor Lewis had to step out, but we have a motion moved and seconded, so we still have a quorum, so I will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, let's move ahead to 3.3. This is regarding 99 Oakside Street. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. So I'll go to the applicant. If the applicant would like to address the committee, please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of committee, and visiting councilors. My name is Lauren Suley, and I'm an urban planner with Civic Planning and Design, Inc., here today representing our client, 2385868 Ontario, Inc., who are the owners at 99 Oakside Street. I'm also joined in person today by Bruce Huff, and also joined by Jordan Huff, who's listening online. Upon review of staff's report, we are in agreement with the recommendation to permit the mixed-use apartment use within the existing building to allow for the 4 additional residential dwelling units while maintaining the artisan workshop and the 2 existing dwelling units. While we agree with the recommendation to allow the proposal to occur, we respectfully disagree with the holding provision that has been included in the proposed zone. We did submit a letter that had been included on the added agenda that does speak to this. Because this is a mixed-use building, it will be required to go through the site plan application process, even though it is less than 10 units, where staff will be able to request that stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessment. So they can request that regardless of whether or not the holding provision has been added to the zone. We believe that the holding provision will add additional process and cost to our client and to the city if it is included in the zone. And so we would request that the assessment, that the holding provision consider, or that PLEC consider the removal of the holding provision, and that the assessment just be requested through the site plan application process. So with that, thank you for your consideration, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll look for other members of the public who'd like to address the committee. I don't see anyone coming to the microphones in the gallery. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online. Nobody is online. So I'll look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Cuddy moves it, seconded by Councillor Stevenson, and we will call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. I'm going to go to staff. Just it was noted some pushback on the holding provision. I'd just like to hear the rationale from staff on why that was included.
Through the chair, staff are recommending the holding provision. This is consistent with our standard procedures where we have yet to receive the ministry letter or the stage 1 to 2 assessment at this time prior to Planning Environment Committee. The process for the holding provision is streamlined. It can be done concurrently with SPA. Through the zoning, we've also included the ability for the entire building to be fully residential, which may remove the need for site plan approval. So the holding provision would ensure that an archaeological assessment is completed, even if the development changes and does not require site plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll put this on the floor for our committee members. Councillor Cuddy?
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Stevenson. I'll look for comments or questions. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up through you to staff regarding the removal of the holding provision, are there any serious objections to removing it, even though it's regular practice, given that the ask was made? What are the risks to the corporation if we were to remove it?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, the risk is that if the application does not go through site plan approval, then we have no ability to obtain the archaeological assessment. It would just proceed through building where an archaeological assessment is not required at that stage.
Councillor.
Thank you. So as a follow-up, is that a financial risk to the city or what, just so that I understand what we're talking about?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, it's a requirement of the archaeological master plan. So we're following that practice. But having said that, through normal Planning Act processes, if it's not included, there may not be another mechanism to require it. And as through building permit process, that's the clearinghouse of all the requirements that are of municipal interest, which would include the archaeological requirement.
Counselor?
Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to look into this further between now and council. The project, it's in my ward, and it's been well received. There aren't any complaints from residents, aside from one that I can see here. No one's reached out to me, so I'm happy to support this, and I will look into the removal of the holding provision between now and council.
Thank you. Just a question from the chair. How much of a delay would this add to getting this project going?
To the chair, there's no delay, as staff have mentioned. It would be streamlined with the site plan approval if it goes through site plan, but otherwise it would be required prior to the issuance of building permit.
Okay, thank you. I'll look for other questions or comments from committee members or visiting councilors. Okay, seeing none, we have a motion moved and seconded. We will call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.4. This is regarding 318 Piccadilly Street. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Cuddy moves it. Councillor Stevenson seconds it, and we will call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. So I will look for the applicant. There he is. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of PEC and other visiting or sitting in councilors. My name is Jacob Williams. I'm here as agent for London Bridge Childcare Services, Inc. We don't have anything to add to staff's report. Just want to thank staff for the work they did in supporting the proposal, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll look for other members of the public that'd like to address the committee. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online. Nobody is online, and I don't see anyone else approaching the microphones. So I'll look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Stevenson, and we will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. So I'll put this on the floor. Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. We'll look for a seconder. Councillor Stevenson. I'll open for comments or questions. Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just a quick note. It's really nice to see properties like this being restored and returned to their original use. It's a beautiful property. I walk by it often, and I'm so glad that the applicant has decided to make use of it. And it's it's just nice to see revitalization in parts of Old North and downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Look for other comments or questions. Councilor Cribble.
Just a quick comment, very much supportive of this, what's in front of us, and thank you to the applicant, and looking forward to this, moving forward to this project. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions before I call the vote on 3.4? Okay, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.5. This is regarding 1164 and 1170 Richmond Street. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councilor Cuddy, seconded by Councilor Stevenson, and we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll look to the applicant. She would like to address the committee. Please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members, public attendees. My name is Daniele Siqueleiro, and I'm a planner with Zelinka Priamo. Together with my colleague Harry Frusius and the property owner Arnon Kaplansky, we are pleased to be here to present the OPA and ZBA applications for 1164 and 1170 Richmond Street. First, we would like to thank staff, particularly Elena, for their work on this file. We also thank the community for participating in the open house held in early November and for sharing their comments. We have carefully reviewed the staff report and thank staff for supporting principal 15-story apartment building on this location. And despite the staff's recommendation for refusal of the proposed 21-story apartment building, we respectfully request that PEC members consider our client's proposed OPA and ZBA applications. The subject lands are located along Richmond Street, which is a crucial transit corridor in London, and it links downtown, Maysville Transit Village, and also St. Joseph Hospital, and through various bus routes and active transportation options. The subject lands are the only site currently available on this location that directly connects both entries of to King University College and Western University. And the plan for this property should prioritize high-density development to maximize the potential use. Concerns about height, density, increased traffic, noise, and infrastructure deficiencies are applicable to any high density on this location. And regarding the height of the proposed building, it's important to note that it includes units designed with 2 stories. This unique housing style offers a sense of an independent home, making it appealing not only for students, but also families and those who work from home. Additionally, a shadow study has been conducted and concluded that the proposed building has the most significant impact during the winter months, when people tend to spend less time outdoors. And also, the least impact is during summer months, when individually seeks access to sunlight. Moreover, it's our professional opinion that the application and proposed development is consistent with the PPS and aligns in principle with the broader vision of the London Plan. The consideration of a special policy for the subject lands is a warrant, and these lands are uniquely positioned at the gateway of both Western and University King's College. And this location presents an excellent opportunity to create an iconic landmark, focal point, while also addressing the critical need for housing, not only for students, but also young professionals, professors, staff, and families in this neighborhood. We thank you for the opportunity to provide our comments, and we look forward to your favorable consideration. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I'll look for other members of the public who'd like to address the committee on this item. Please, sir, go to the microphone. Yeah, you can give us your name, please, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jason Hurst. I'm a doctor who lives in the neighborhood, and I'm not a fan of this proposal. for several reasons, which I'd like to give to you right now. The first is the size. On Epworth Street, which is a busy street, which a lot of people use to access the university and St. Joseph's Hospital, no building is currently higher than 3 stories. So a 21-story building surrounded by 3-story buildings obviously doesn't fit. You can see the picture that they use on their application. It looks ridiculous. And the reality is, if this is permitted, there's going to be a lot more apartments built in that area. This is an area which contains hundreds of houses. It's an area of significant architectural value. People have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in these houses. And they're going to see their privacy compromised by the fact that there's a 21-story building beside them. A 21-story building can cast a shadow as big as 90 stories. The size of a shadow depends on the time of day and the time of year, but it can be as much as 4.2 times the height of the building. In addition to that, although they plan on putting an additional 500 people in this apartment, they've only planned for an additional 20 parking spaces. The parking is already congested in this area, and it's going to become ridiculous. And we saw that with the building that was built at 1235 Richmond Street, which often converts Richmond into a one-lane street at various times of day because of all of the Uber delivery drivers and guests and taxis going to that place. So there's not enough parking. The size is too ambitious, even though, in general, a smaller apartment building may be reasonable. Traffic is a real concern. Western has just approved a residence and built a residence with 800 more people, so you'll have 1,300 more people at a suburban intersection, which is already busy. And it's going to take it over the edge. It's going to ruin the value of homes for people who already live in the area. It's going to make access to St. Joseph's Hospital and the university, which the applicants identified as important points, much more difficult. And we saw that with the strike that happened in the university and the effect that the lack of access had. People's commutes home increased by 45 minutes. But in addition to that, there's the heritage of the neighborhood. There's also disaster planning. As an emergency doctor, I know the importance of evacuating people due to fire or flood, and this is floodplain land. And it's going to be very difficult to evacuate people from a 21-story building. In addition to that, it may interfere with internet signals. It will certainly interfere with privacy. King's College has a lot of alternatives. There's been a big decrease in the number of foreign students approved, so it's unclear that there's a demand for this. But if it is, it's going to be wealthy students and professionals and people who have their own car. And if you only have 20 additional parking spaces and 500 additional people, even if that's technically permitted under whatever law, it's still evidence of poor planning. In practice, it's just going to make the neighborhoods congested. And these neighborhoods can't be congested because you need access to King's and Western and St. Joseph's, as the applicant said. In addition to that, I'm worried about the effect this will have on other developers. I can tell you that I've been harassed over the last year by people who want me to sell my property and have sometimes done things that exceed the law. And if you're going to take developers in London and encourage them to continue to harass people who live in the neighborhood to sell so they can build more apartments. I do think there is a need for more apartments, and there's a need for 35-story apartments. And that need is downtown. And the city should be concentrating on having people living downtown to rescue downtown the way that Waterloo and Kitchener and Guelph and Burlington and many other communities with similarities to London did. They were able to revitalize their downtowns by getting people living downtown. And that should really be the focus of development, not areas that are already congested, not areas that don't have the parking, not areas that don't need the traffic, not areas that have a lot of heritage, and not casting shadows and invading the privacy of hundreds of homeowners who've lived and invested in this area for decades and decades. I don't know if the developer has a history of working with the city or antagonizing them and being spiteful. That's not my concern. I wish the developers well. I think a smaller building may or may not be reasonable, but a 15 to 21 story is not. And that's very clear, I think, to most of the residents. And I hope I've been able to bring up a few points to make one reconsider this. And I thank the City of London staff for their concern and for their dedication in keeping the city great and helping it to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rod Robertson, and I'm a resident of Brofdale. I live approximately 400 meters from the proposed site, and we do have in Brofdale some concerns some of which you've already heard about. The Brofdale Community Association did submit a detailed report which was incorporated into the staff report, which chose to reject parts of this application. And we hope that the PEC committee will respect that and think hard about letting this project go forward in its present form, present proposed form, I should say. Our particular concerns, at least my particular concerns, are height issues, units per hectare issues, setback issues, and traffic consequences. And by traffic, I don't just mean vehicular traffic, I mean pedestrian traffic, bicycle traffic, and micro-vehicle electric traffic, all of which are a problem and are growing in the area. The height, 21 stories, is just way too high. It breaks city rules, and because of that, it'll be a precedent to allow more proliferation of very high buildings in the area, something we do not want. Secondly, the height is dangerous. We are concerned about fire consequences of this height, simply because debris falling down from that height can do serious damage to people and property. In combination with short setbacks, down to 1 meter, 1.1 meter, these setbacks mean that debris, burning debris and solid debris will fall on neighboring properties, and that's dangerous. We're also concerned that these setbacks will make it very difficult for fire fighting equipment to be placed at certain aspects of the building to fight fire. So public safety is a big issue here. In the event that the building at an end of life needs to be demolished, this will be a big problem too, simply because you can't drop a building into such a small packet of land safely, as far as I know. The proposed building is too high for shadow and line of sight, so people will be upset by that. The setbacks are dangerous simply because, we've mentioned fire, construction will also be difficult. Vehicles will have to impinge upon private property other than the building in order to complete this project. That may be a big problem. We're also concerned about fire spread. With such small setbacks, the fire could easily spread to surrounding properties, vegetation, structures, vehicles parked in parking lots, in driveways, and this could spread further and further. It's a worst-case scenario, but we have to consider that possibility. Worse still is the remote, but still real possibility of building failure due to fire. If that building at 21, maybe even at 15 were to collapse, it would do tremendous damage to the surrounding area. And through wind dispersion, toxic particulate matter and toxic ash could spread far further. So we are very concerned about that. Finally, there are traffic concerns. The proposed building has, along with the new Western residents, it's going to increase our population by about 1,300 people. Now, not all of those people are going to have cars, but they're all going to walk. And so we're going to have real traffic problems from pedestrians, from bicycles, from electric micro vehicles, and of course, from cars. So this is also a real concern. The conjunction of the new on-campus residents and this building coming online at approximately the same time will be a big shock to the neighborhood and may cause real damage to the neighborhood. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
No. Thank you. Okay, I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, come to the mic. Give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Arnold Kaplansky. I'm the applicant. My two comments is that I designed this building as a 2 stories apartment, to accommodate families also. And in regards to the traffic, the street light that is at the university gates should be split into two red lights, one to go north and one to go south, but the one to go south should be at Epworth. And that will create ability to drive through while the two cars are parking on red lights. And Richmond Street has always been an arterial road in my eyes. The number of cars are driving there. And for arterial roads, we should increase density. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Look for others who wish to address the committee. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online. We have someone online. Michaela?
Hi, my name is Michaela.
You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of council and the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed zoning and official plan amendments for the property 1164 through 1170 Richmond, file number OZ25117. Now, we all know that this neighborhood is composed almost entirely of R1 properties. Moving this site from R2 to R7 or even R5 represents an extreme and incompatible increase in density. It does not reflect the existing character, scale, or typology of this long-established community. And like said before, traffic in this area has increased significantly, and we continue to see serious safety concerns at nearby intersections. Adding a 21-story or 15-story high-density tower in the middle of the neighborhood will worsen the congestion and create even greater risks for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. The suggested alternative of a 15-story is not a meaningful improvement. It remains far too large and out of place. This location is also highly important. It sits between Western University and King's University and acts as a gateway into the city. The proposed design and facade are not appropriate for such a prominent, symbolic entrance. London is already losing much of the green space and historic architectural charm that once made it so unique, and this proposal continues that troubling trend. I previously lived in these existing buildings. They're attractive, beautiful, recently constructed and renovated, and architecturally compatible with the neighborhood. Their red brick character aligns with surrounding homes and provides housings suited to students, young families, and professionals. Replacing them with a structure that resembles a generic hotel disregards the visual identity, history, and culture of the area. Demolishing an existing student housing that's in great shape right now is also incredibly wasteful. The quality, design, and scale of this project does not give me hope that the new proposal would be handled with the level of care, community engagement, or architectural integrity that this location requires. Combined with the fact that the administration had to direct them towards a different option, it is difficult to trust that they understand or value the needs of this community. I'm afraid that this private transaction may only benefit the developer and not the existing community, the homeowners, the residents, the students. This part of London is becoming too dense way too quickly. We risk turning a unique, green, welcoming neighborhood into an overwhelming concrete corridor. This proposal removes existing green space and offers little in return, something especially concerning in a city known for its parks, beautiful trees, and its stunning historic homes. I want to emphasize, I'm not opposed to development in these areas. I'm opposed to irresponsible development. Any new project on this site especially should be appropriately scaled, respectful of the neighborhood's character, high in design quality, and supportive of the community's long-term well-being. A 15-story tower still does not meet that standard. For these reasons, I respectfully ask Council to reject these amendments in both proposals. I also urge the administration to possibly reevaluate the official plan and consider why we're seeing so many similar unsuitable developments in these areas and where did our green space go. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I'll ask clerk. I think there was someone else online. Ms. Blash?
Yes.
You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think a lot of what I would say has been said very eloquently by some of the previous speakers, but just to reiterate a few things. the height of this building and the size of it is completely inappropriate. I would say, I've lived in this neighborhood for over 20 years. And when I first moved here, there were 2 houses on that lot, 2 two-story homes. And it was a significant increase in the density to get the 4 fourplexes that total 80 bedrooms. And this is another, ridiculously substantially huge increase that, and there's nothing else like it around there. The rest have remained, while many of them were rented, they remain single family homes. And it will tower over everything to a ridiculous height. The shadows in the winter that would completely cover some of the homes, or they're very dismissive and say, well, it's winter, it doesn't matter if you're in darkness. And frankly, that's when you need the sunlight the most. So I found the attitude very dismissive. And also, but I think one of the most important issues is the lack of a lay-by off of Richmond Street. There's very little parking included with this proposed building, and it's actually not required. And that's something that I think needs to go back to the drawing board and look at, because this is not a neighborhood where you can easily walk to a grocery store. And so as a result, there's a lot of deliveries. And what I'm seeing more and more and more is the deliveries are parking on the sidewalk. They just drive right up. There's no green barrier or meridian between the street and the sidewalk. So to get out of traffic, the delivery people just pull up on the sidewalk. And time's money for them. I understand why they do it, but we can't be creating situations where that's just going to be worse and worse and worse. And certainly the intersection there at Epworth, we've long requested some kind of stoplight there, because it's really quite dangerous for pedestrians. And we're told it's too close to the stoplight on Richmond Street. So that really has to be considered. The new dormitory that Western's building, the access will be off Tower Lane, which is Tower Lane, just Epworth becomes Tower Lane on the other side of Richmond Street. And so there's going to be increased traffic there with no traffic controls. And then to have even more going back into Epworth, into this building, it's just not going to work. Frankly, it's just simply unsafe. So that needs to be reconsidered. The lack of parking, I know there was a public meeting, which I did appreciate the developer having. But, when we said, well, look, there's not going to be enough, you're not providing any parking. And they said, well, tell Kings to build a parking garage. And that's sort of the attitude. It's like, well, if there's problems, well, let the university, let Western, let Kings, let the city come around after the fact and fix it. And that's really kind of backwards. It really needs to be addressed now up front. So all of those issues really do need to be addressed. And I think a lot of people had said things, more eloquently than I can, but basically this proposal is too big. It needs to go back to the drawing board. It's not something that you can just kind of send back and tweak it here and there. It really just needs to be told, no, go back to the drawing board and come back with something else. So I hope you take all of these comments from people that live in the area in your evaluation and say no to it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blash. I'll ask clerk if there's others that would like to speak online. There's nobody else. I'll look in the gallery. I don't see anyone coming to the microphones. I'll look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Cuddy, and we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll put this item on the floor for committee members. Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder. Deputy Mayor Lewis has seconded, so I'll look for comments or questions from committee members for our Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. So through you, Chair, I would say that while I would be willing to support intensification on this site, for me, the real issue is that we just, through the official plan heights review, reduce this from a rapid transit corridor place type to an urban corridor place type. That was a very specific and deliberate decision based on the reality that the old version of the north leg of bus rapid transit will not be built. We see even in the new master mobility plan, an alternate route that's proposed to run up Warrencliffe and Western Road and focus the intensification in more on the west side of the campus than the east side of the campus. And so I do think that, and I know it's noted in the staff report, that this would allow up to a 15-story based on the place type. It does not allow for a 21-story. I also do think, and I want to share this because the applicant and representative are in the crowd. I do think that if a 15-story version is brought back, the comments that we heard from Ms. Blosh about the lay-by need are critical. I would need to see that in a future plan. We did see what happened with the Lux on Richmond. We have to take into account the ability for those delivery vehicles, as was mentioned by a couple of folks, that are just coming. And what I heard from Ms. Blosh is consistent with what I've seen around Fanshawe too. They're just parking sometimes right on the sidewalk. Forget about the shoulder of the road, but literally blocking the sidewalk. There needs to be a lay-by plan, and I know that urban design and traffic engineering transportation don't love those, but that's the reality we live in, and I would want to see that in a future plan. I would also like to see that something where we consider what Councillor Cuddy and I proposed at Oxford and Ayerswood, where we actually look at an Epworth address rather than a Richmond address so that the GPS on these delivery drivers takes them to a lay-by off of the main corridor. That's something that would be up for discussion, I think, in the future. But I know we're going to look at that in a couple of other places. I think it should be considered here as well, because we are in a different reality from a traffic engineering perspective in terms of how these Skip the Dishes and Uber Eats and every other delivery service is running. And there's just not a respect for the traffic rules and regulations. There's not a respect for the no parking, no stopping zones, and it does have an impact, not just on residents at the building, but on the wider neighborhood when that happens, and the traffic flow of everybody else trying to get through. So, I did hear some comments that even 15 stories would be too big. Well, 15 stories is what the official plan would allow, based on the place type. And that is a revision that has just come through, and that's actually a decrease in height. There is going to be intensification along this corridor, but I do concur with the staff finding that 21 is just beyond what can be supported here at this time. So that's why I'm going to support the staff recommendation for today.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'm not going to be supporting this refusal. I do agree with what the Deputy Mayor just said about the lay-by. We do see those issues. But this was just recently a rapid transit corridor, which would have allowed up to 26 stories. And I know we recently made the amendment, but whether this is a rapid transit corridor or a major transit corridor, I think Londoners recognize it as a very busy transit, a main transit line. I can't think of a better place to live and use transit or bicycle or walk to work. Western is a huge employer. And the comments about parking, I mean, if we don't believe that there's not a tremendous number of Londoners who want to live without a car, then I think we need to talk about that when we look at our master mobility plan. Otherwise, a building on a main corridor close to bike paths, a short transit ride up to Masonville area or down to Richmond and Oxford, which is going to be a major transit hub. I get that it's a shock to neighborhoods to have these large buildings go in, but I was seeing it in my own ward, when we approved 2 10-story buildings on Oxford Street. A huge, huge shock. There isn't a tall building anywhere along that stretch of Oxford. We've got very small residential homes right beside what would be these towering buildings. On Mornington, we approved a 26-story. Immediately across the street from 6 or 7 single-story homes, because it makes sense when we see the bigger vision of our city, when we see it operating in a new way. And so somebody's got to be first. And to say that 21 would be ridiculously high when we had approved 26 not that long ago, 26 stories. And we did make a change, but this is directly across from, like I said, a massive employer in our city, and for students as well. I think it's worth considering. If we have a housing crisis and we want to keep housing costs down, we know that 6 more stories is going to reduce the cost of those apartments. It's going to allow more people to live immediately adjacent to an amazing employer and school and transit corridor, a major transit corridor. Whether we call it rapid transit or not, most Londoners would see it as such. So I'm going to be voting no to this, and I just would encourage council and the public to get involved in this and say what it is you want. We're as the resident said, people living next door are not going to want 15 stories either. And it is a shock, and I do get that, but I supported it in my own ward, despite the pleas of the people who lived right beside, because I believed it was the better long-term decision for buildings that, will outlive most of us. So those are my comments.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments from the committee or visiting councilors. Councilor Trusso.
Thank you very much. I always like to sit in this seat when I come to PEC because it reminds me I'm not a committee member and I shouldn't be making motions or doing things like that. But thank you for hearing me. I had a very, very full discussion ready to go. I think I'm just going to put that aside in light of the comments that the deputy mayor made, which I support. People in this neighborhood, they know that there's going to be massive intensification. And they can read the changes that we made to the provincial policy statement. People understand we're going to be looking at a lot of additional density on this lot, which is really too bad because you've got 4 viable structures that are being used by King's College. I worry about them being demolished and how long they would be offline, and the hardship that's going to create for King's College and King's students. But I think the bigger picture here is this is not just detriment and hardship to the immediate neighborhood. This is detriment and hardship to everyone who uses the Richmond corridor. I want you to think back to what the entrance to the University Gate was like during the strike, which was temporary. I want you to think what it's like now, where they're building an 8-story dorm, which is almost complete. This is a much smaller property than what the university built their dorm on. I guess I'm not going to start by asking staff questions because I think their report spoke to everything. But during the period of construction, what's the staging area? This is an incredibly small piece of property, and I don't see any vacant. Properties adjacent. This is going to create, and I don't know how many years it takes to build a building of this size when you're working on a small property. This is going to create very serious disruption and hardship and accidents and liabilities and injuries. We already have a recognized traffic safety problem in Old North, and it's been recognized by the Traffic Division, which is now doing a study of the area. The last thing we need right now is to exacerbate many of the problems that not just this neighborhood, but everybody using that corridor is going to be facing. So I certainly support the staff report In my view, 15 is probably more than I would like, but I understand what the rules are. Everybody should understand what the rules are. You know, we went through this very long process, which had a lot of public participation. It was contentious, and this is where we landed. And the city also made a determination that the BRT, should we be fortunate enough to get the funding for it at some point in the future, is going to go someplace else. So I don't think it's okay to say this could have been 21 or 26, but we landed at 15, but we should be able to go to 21 or more because that's what it was going to be. Well, going to be isn't good enough because that's not what we adopted. And that PPS did go through a very rigorous process, and I think I'm running out of time. So I want to thank the staff for the care that they took. I know how many of the residents of the area spoke to the staff and received very, very thoughtful, courteous responses. We're going to be working, the neighborhood is going to be working with the counselor and the staff and whoever the developer might be to look forward towards intensification of the neighborhood, but it's got to be done in a reasonable way. And this building is not reasonable. So please support the staff report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments or questions. Councilor Pribble.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a couple of questions through the Chair to the staff. And provincial policy prioritizes the SGA strategic growth area, and this was in the report from the staff was not classified as the SGA. And when I read the paragraph, it states here promotes the efficient use and optimization of existing municipal sewage services and municipal water services and existing private communal water services. Based on this statement, would this 21 floor project, would this be considered not optimized within these guidelines in terms of the two statements that made? That's point one. Point two, were there any additional reasons why this wouldn't be considered an SGA?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, so staff's recommendation is on the basis of the London Plan. Through our consultation with engineering staff, there aren't any engineering concerns affecting the development. But as mentioned several times, the intensity that's proposed, the 21 stories, does not align with that policy framework. The urban corridors are strategic growth areas, but there is a difference between the level of intensity contemplated through the rapid transit corridor versus the urban corridors, which are intended to be slightly lower intensification. So for those reasons, we are recommending refusal, but could offer support potentially for a 15-story building in line with those policies.
Councilor.
Thank you for that answer, but I would like to have a follow-up. And as I said, the SGA, it states based on, if you look at the source, the water, the utilities that we are providing there, would you consider that this 21-story project development would be still within the guidelines of the need of the maximization of the, where it says strictly existing municipal sewage services and municipal water services and existing private communal services and the efficiency and optimization? Would this project be within these guidelines as stated in your report?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, so generally speaking, intensification of these lands would maximize use of existing services. So it would meet that intensification goal, but as mentioned, the height that's proposed just doesn't fit within the policy framework.
Councilor.
Thank you. And last question, with the current, which was already, the comment was already made, with current dorms being built on the west side of Richmond, has this project been considered in coordination and the needs for municipal infrastructure with this proposed project?
I'll go staff.
Thank you. Through the chair, my understanding is that building is being constructed as of right now. So the transportation impact assessment in the servicing study that was submitted did incorporate that proposal. And as Ms. Matten mentioned, there was no capacity constraints or issues with the 21-story proposal from an engineering perspective.
Counselor?
Thank you for that answer. And I do have one more actually question going back to it. And the SGA, the specifications that were listed, would there be any other specific points regarding this 21-story development that would not qualify for the SGA, or why for this area, for this building, we would not consider this SGA?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, if I'm understanding the question correctly, no, the urban corridor, as I mentioned, is a strategic growth area, so within that area.
Counselor?
Thank you very much. No more questions.
Other comments or questions from committee or visiting counselors? I'll ask Deputy Mayor to take the chair. I'll make a few comments here.
Go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
Briefly, I'm just going to reiterate kind of what was said. I'll support the staff recommendation here for a couple points. One, quite simply, this used to be a rapid transit corridor. It's now been changed to an urban corridor place, which doesn't permit this type of height. And the second point is, along this section of Richmond, from Oxford to Windermere, I believe it's a unique place. I recognize that there's a lot of transit on there and student transit use. However, there's a lot of single-family homes along there, and without a step down from a 21-story down to, you know, a lower story and then down to single-family homes, I don't think this is the right place for that tall building right up beside 1- and 2-story homes. So I don't see the proper fit here. And I understand that the concerns of congestion right at the gates, especially with the recent development of the student resident right at that point. So I will support the staff report. Thank you, Acting Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. I'll return the chair to you.
Thank you. One last look around, see if anyone else would like to comment. Seeing none, we have a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
Okay, moving on to 3.6. This is regarding 870 Jolna Boulevard. I'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Cuddy moves it, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis, and we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'll look for the applicant. Oh, Mr. Fleming. Please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is John Fleming, and I'm with City Planning Solutions. I'm here with my colleagues, Jerzy Smolarek and Lauren Sully from Civic Planning and Design. Tim Wickens from Nicholson Sheffield is also part of the consulting team. And we also have here today Tim Smuck from Apex Property Management. We are representing Odell Gianna residents of London and its sister organization, Homes Unlimited. I'm also joined by Rob Panzer, who is on the board of Homes Unlimited, and Chris Payne, who is with Arnsby Property Management, who manage the Homes Unlimited portfolio. So you've got the whole gang here. Homes Unlimited is an incredible nonprofit organization. I've really been pleased to be working with them and having that opportunity. They own and operate approximately 700 affordable housing units in London, and their mission is to develop and sustain safe, accessible, and vibrant affordable housing communities in London. They are a unique organization for sure, I can tell you that, in that they manage to pull off amazing development projects, but they do it with a single staff member, who is an incredible staff member, but they rely on the strength of their board and the community to deliver these outstanding projects, as well as collaboration with the City of London and other partners. They recently completed a 154-unit mixed affordability housing project at Pond Mills. They are putting the finishing touches on Greg Playford Place in the Soho district, which is another 95 units roughly. And they also have just down the street a project where they're converting office space into about 100 residential affordable housing units. The application before you today is a very positive intensification project that will regenerate and intensify an existing property in the Odell Jalna Homes Unlimited portfolio. And there's 64 townhouse units on the site. 24 of them will remain, and these are the ones that's been strategically established that they will remain fronting onto Jalna Boulevard as townhouse units. There will be no access from Jalna Boulevard through that complex of units to the other portion of the site, which will be redeveloped from about 40 townhouse units to 2 8-story towers fronting onto Southdale Road. And that's 181 new affordable and mixed affordability apartment units. As per the Homes Unlimited philosophy, this will be a mixed income community consisting of rent geared to income, affordable housing, and market rents. So this is the kind of thing I think that council has been asking for, an intensification project, very thoughtful, and in a mixed use community, mixed affordability community. I want to say thank you very much to Michaela, who's been the planner leading this. She's been great to work with, as have Catherine Matten, the manager of the area, and Brett O'Hagan. We agree with the recommendation that's before you today. I'd like to turn it over to Rob Panzer now to say a couple of words. And we know that tenant relocation is a real important piece of a project like this, so Tim Smuck's going to come up after Rob and speak to that very quickly.
Thank you, John, and thanks to the committee for this opportunity to speak to you on behalf of Homes Unlimited and Odell Jalna Residences. This is a very good proposal that's been brought forward to you, and I think your staff have done a great job of analyzing the application and coming forward with an application that is good for London and is going to result in a very attractive development along this section of Southdale Road. In a lot of ways, it's very akin to the project that the London Middlesex Housing Corporation has undertaken further east on Southdale. It allows for an intensification of a property that, quite frankly, under its current condition, is underutilized. And it entirely conforms with your official plan. And I think, as John has pointed out, tenant relocation is obviously a very important issue, and we've recognized that right from the outset and have been engaged for almost a year in addressing that problem. And I think Tim Smuck and Chris Payne, who is with our property management company, has spearheaded an effort to very actively engage our tenant community in expressing their concerns and working with them to come up with solutions that are financially responsible, operationally feasible within the context of our service agreement with the city, and also very much in keeping with the both the letter and intent of the Landlord-Tenant Act and your rental eviction bylaw. So having said that, I'd like to echo John's thanks to planning staff, and also recognize that over the course of the last couple of years and on an ongoing basis, we've had a good relationship with your housing staff, and we particularly like to thank Matt Feldberg for his efforts in that regard. And we've had complicated and difficult issues to deal with. We've managed to sort them out. There will be other issues arise, I'm sure, but I'm confident that we will be able to address those as well in the near future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, committee. My name is Tim Smuck, and I'm representing Apex Property Management. As Mr. Fleming said, just want to speak a little bit to the tenant relocation work that's being done at 870 Jalna. The board has made significant investments in this work, knowing how important it is to have to navigate this very necessary but disruptive process to grow affordable housing in our community. And so we have worked with tenants on site to not only increase communications in terms of navigating this process, but to try to be very transparent with additional supports that can be brought forward as we navigate this. Such examples are, we have facilitated 3 on-site community sessions with the tenants to try to get as early on this as possible to inform them of what was happening, inform them of this plan, and to walk through the vision. And then, of course, take the time to connect individually with identified households to minimize disruption for them and their families. And that's been a key piece of the work that we've been doing, and that work continues to go on to date. Another key piece that was a part of this work is that we developed a tenant relocation policy that was provided to all tenants, and a meeting subsequent to that was held to walk them through it in terms of laying out what kind of supports our organization will provide, the homes organization will provide to help them relocate, but also to ensure that every tenant that is relocated has the first right to return back to the community. This is something we're very proud of. Many of these families have been there for some time, and of course we want to honor that right to have them return when possible. So with these, there's an ongoing commitment to tenant engagement as we go through this process, again, taking both a community-wide approach, but also an individual community approach, working through the unique needs that is present and on site. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online who'd like to address the committee. She indicates there is not. I don't see anyone else going in the microphones. I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Cuddy, and we'll call them.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So I'll put this on the floor. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Yep, I'll move the staff recommendation.
I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Cuddy. I'll look for comments or questions. I'll go to Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I just want to say thanks to Homes Unlimited and everybody involved in this project and bringing it forward. And Rob, I've worked with you on a couple of issues, and Chris certainly, not only with respect to a Homes Unlimited property in my own ward, but in terms of the general roundtables that we convene every couple of months to talk about issues that are going on in the sector with regard to our partners, because LMCH is not the only affordable housing RGI rent provider in the city. We have multiple partners. Homes Unlimited is one of those partners. Obviously speaks to the strength of their application today that they didn't bring out their big gun and left Kathy resting today and not having to bring her in, because you wouldn't have a better champion than her on these things. But this is exactly where we need to go when we're talking about affordable housing and how we support RGI housing, which is mixed model communities and intensification on land we already have. Because land is going to be the single biggest obstacle to those deeply affordable, those RGI level units. And you can't support those purely on public subsidy. You need to have mixed markets that are supporting the costs of those RGI units as you move forward. You don't have one without the other. The intensification on this site makes a lot of sense. As you've heard, everything conforms to our OPA or to our OP. No amendments required, so we can drop the A on this one. So I'm just going to encourage colleagues to support this. This is not only an addition to affordable housing in the community, but to my view, it's actually the future of how we're going to define the path forward that continues to support RGI level housing by creating these mixed model communities where there are different types of affordability on a site.
Thank you. I'd like to go to the ward councillor, Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me, as I was recently on committee and 2 days off of it, so still back with you. Just thank you to the applicants. I know that their engagement with residents and tenants started before council, before this come to council, because I had residents reaching out before even I was aware of it. So I know they've really put that effort in behind the scenes. Want to thank them as well for the meetings that they've done before it came to us to facilitate the exchange of information and back to tenants. In the meetings that they've had with me behind the scenes as the ward councillor, as we discussed the parcel of land and the area in general of what's coming, what to be expected. I'm fully in support of this application. I really appreciate the renewal that we're looking at, maintain the streetscape along Jelena of the townhomes that will undergo complete full renovations as part of this renewal of the site, as we see the development on the frontage of an Artilla Road around Southdale. So really appreciate the layout and the different roadway access to facilitate traffic, as that was a concern from area residents. Excited that there could potentially be some daycare as well worked into this building, as it's desperately needed in the area. And the increase in 140 units as they redevelop it to make sure this is a sustainable long-term project with those various rents put in, that sustainably it will be a success, and it is a time for renewal and change. So really supportive of it, hoping committee fully endorses it. If there's any other questions behind the scenes, happy to answer them, but just thank you to the applicant and their work preparing it before they came, that we can hopefully fully support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments or questions from committee members or visiting councilors. The committee would prevent me. I'll just make a few quick comments from the chair. I just, with our tremendous challenge of providing housing, along with affordable housing, as was mentioned, we can't do it without our nonprofit partners. And Homes Unlimited has just been a terrific organization. Thank you to the board that has done the heavy lifting, as was mentioned. We have 700 units where people are living in, thanks to your good work, and now 140 more once it's completed. The deputy mayor referred to RGI, as did Councillor Pelosa. RGI is rent geared to income, and we talk about affordable housing a lot, and affordable housing sometimes gets misconstrued as, what rental rate, it's, luxury homes or middle market homes. But affordable housing, in my mind, is what people can afford, and nothing can be said closer to that than rent geared to income. Is what you can afford to pay out of what you're making. And so the fact that this project includes that, it speaks volumes. And hopefully, as was said, we can move those folks up as they make space for others that are coming in behind as they get into better income situations. It's a terrific location. It's near one of the transit routes that was approved, Wellington Gateway. So fantastic that folks there will have access to that. So just from the chair, thank you so much for your contribution to London from housing and affordable housing point of view. So I'll obviously fully support that. I'll look for any other comments or questions before I call the vote. Seeing none, we'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.7. This is regarding 129 Meadow Lily Road South. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. And we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I'll look for the applicant. Please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, committee members, sitting councilors, staff, and members of the public. My name is Aaliyah Richards, and I'm a planning consultant with Zelenka Priamo Limited, and I'm joined here today by my colleague, Harry Frusios, and we're representing Damas Development Incorporated and CHAM Limited as the proponents on this application. I'd like to start by thanking staff for their efforts in processing this application. Upon our review of the staff report, we respectfully request the committee to consider our client's OPA and ZBA for approval, notwithstanding staff's recommendation for refusal. We submitted a letter to PEC that is on the added agenda, which provides some additional context for specific elements of this application, including concerns related to servicing, density, built form, and setbacks. In regards to servicing, it is our opinion that the requested OPA and ZBA is appropriate given the recommendation to implement a holding provision in order to address servicing constraints. We acknowledge that the subject site may not have appropriate levels of servicing at this time. However, the intent and purpose of these lands is to be developed for residential purposes. as confirmed with the recent OLT decision relating to the Meadow Lily Woods ESA boundary appeal, and considering that the site is within the urban growth boundary and entirely designated within the neighborhood's place type. Whether development take place in the short term or long term, the intent of this application is to provide appropriate permissions for development at such a time that it is feasible to move forward. Further, previous discussions with staff suggest that our proposed servicing strategy is acceptable, and we agree with their recommendation to implement a holding provision. Moving on to specific aspects of this application, or specific aspects of the site design, rather, an 11-meter front yard setback was recommended by staff for compatibility with the adjacent designated heritage property and to maintain the rural landscape setting along Meadow Lily Road. While we appreciate the staff perspective, properties to the north and south of the subject lands, which are located on the same corridor, have been recently approved with a 6-meter front yard setback along Meadow Lily Road. A 6-meter setback was requested as a part of this application in order to maintain compatibility with approved developments next to the subject lands, in keeping with the precedent design standards already established along the corridor. Further to this, the proposed 6-meter setback still allows for significant landscaping across 84% of the frontage, which will maintain the established vegetated character of the area. Overall, the proposed site design, with built forms consisting of townhouses and stacked townhouses, are desirable dwelling types that align with current market demand for more cost-effective forms of housing. With a maximum height of 3 stories, in keeping with the neighborhood's place type, the proposed development represents an appropriate transition to and is compatible with recent developments approved in the immediate area for various residential forms and uses. As the area remains largely undeveloped, the introduction of stacked townhouses at this location does not create any unacceptable impacts on existing or future uses. Lastly, in our letter, we have requested a revision to the proposed ZBA, primarily to permit the proposed development as per the submission material provided. The proposed density of 67 units per hectare was originally calculated using the entirety of the site area, inclusive of the 30-meter buffer to the updated ESA boundary, prior to the conclusion of the Meadow Lily ESA appeal. In reality, the proposed development is approximately 75 units per hectare, as we acknowledge that the buffer and the parkland trail area will likely be rezoned to a different category. Notwithstanding, the proposed density of 75 units per hectare is appropriate as it allows for sufficient outdoor space and appropriate separation from the ESA boundary to the west. In our opinion, the proposed form and density will contribute to the much-needed supply of missing middle residential units in the area and is in alignment with the policy direction to make efficient use of the land and promote appropriate residential development. Thank you for the opportunity to present our comments this afternoon, and we remain available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments from the gallery. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online. No. There is nobody online. I don't see anyone coming to the microphone, so I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Cuddy, and we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll put this on the floor. Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder. I see Councillor Hillier has seconded, so your motion moved and seconded. I'll look for comments or questions. Councillor Cuddy, your mic is on. Would you like to speak to it? No. Councillor Stevenson.
I just thank you through you to staff. I was just wondering if we could get an update on the recommendation to put a holding provision in to address the municipal sewer capacity.
Yeah, good staff comment on a proposal regarding holding provisions.
Through the chair, the London Plan contains policies which evaluate proposals such as this for prematurity. The policy states that where there's no forecasted servicing within a 5-year period, development is deemed premature. The servicing in this area is not forecasted within that 5-year period. So staff have deemed this development premature, and for that reason, we don't feel a holding provision is the appropriate tool.
Councillor?
Thank you. And what is the estimated time for that sewer capacity?
Go to staff.
Thank you. Through the chair, we are currently in the final phases of completing the Meadow Lily EA. You can expect to see a report on that in Q1 of 2026. That said, this project would not be completed until after the next DC study. It is part of the One Water master plan that we are currently working on and finalizing as part of the development charge studies. So that timeline is, at this point, is outside of the 10-year window. So we are well beyond that 5-year planning period for the London Plan.
Councillor? Other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I just want to make sure as well, when we're talking about the 2028 development charges study, even that won't be able to be finalized until we finalize the urban growth boundary discussion that we're having later in this meeting, correct?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, yes, part of the completing the development charges background study includes an understanding of what the expansion would look like, and then taking the costs associated with that expansion to include them in the growth, that final DC background study. So yeah, that is part of the overall process for completing the DC studies.
Deputy Mayor?
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'm going to support the staff recommendation as well, because I do think that this is premature. No municipal sanitary service forecast in the next 10 years is not a holding provision. A holding provision is where we might have sewer capacity already, but we need to make sure that the capacity is sufficient, or where we know we are doing a servicing upgrade in the next 5 years, and so this land would be able to be serviced by that upgrade capacity. Right now, there's not even a plan for this. And this is an area where there has been some other developments approved. But again, the servicing has continued to be a challenge in this area, and I suspect will continue to be for some time, based on, and I'm, perhaps it's speculating and a little bit of commentary, but based on the topography of the land, and what I've learned from our wastewater team, which is probably less than Ms. Ramalou's already forgotten in her career. But nonetheless, given the slopes on these lands, the proximity to the Thames, the Talbot Land Trust lands, the Meadow Lily ESA servicing here is going to be a significant challenge and probably a significant expense, if it's even something that the development charges study and the GMIS recommend to move forward with. So at this point, I do concur. I do want to say, for me, and to share with the applicant as well, I don't think the stacked townhouse form is the problem. In fact, I want to see as much flexibility in welcoming stacked townhouses to our community as possible, because I think they are, relative terms, an affordable way of developing housing. Generally, lumber frame construction, not a lot of concrete and steel involved, and so it is a more affordable way of building some dense housing. So I'm not as concerned with the built form, but what I'm concerned with is that the lack of sanitary and capacity, and where we are right now with the long-term forecast. I don't think a holding provision captures it. I think it is premature, and so I'm going to support the staff recommendation on this one.
Look for other comments or questions from committee members or visiting councilors. Seeing none, we have a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.8. This is regarding the official plan review of the final urban growth boundary. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. We'll call that vote.
Deputy Mayor Lewis. Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the gallery now. I'll look for people that would like to address this committee.
Somebody needs to start, I guess.
It falls to you. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Mike Wallace. I'm the Executive Director for the London Development Institute. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to talk about the staff report, which we support, that supports going forward to the Minister with the proposed urban growth boundary expansion of the 1,475 hectares over the next 30 years. This has been a fairly long process. I looked up my first email to a staff member who's no longer here about getting this discussion started, and that was in 2001. And we've been very active as an industry during the consultation period with staff. Staff done a fairly good job of engaging the industry on what's feasible, what isn't, and it's taken a lot of time and effort to get here and expense. But we are happy to be here today. Just a quick reminder, members of PEC and visiting councillors, this is a 30-year plan. The current urban growth boundary is over 30 years old. It's just a replacement of what is, added to it. And I would encourage you to look at the maps that are that are publicly available in your agenda. If you look at the pink section of this map, that's the growth for the next 30 years. The black outline is the city as a whole, and the yellow line is the urban urban boundary. If you take this to your neighbors, I will gamble that they will say that, well, that's not much for 30 years. It's not a lot of land. It sounds like a lot of land, but it's actually not when you look at what it is compared to the size of the city. The other thing I need to remind council is that you are in complete control of the growth pace within this next 30 years. Through your GMS program, you decide where the pipes go, when they go, and how far they go. We have input in on it, but it is a staff decision that goes to you for your final decision on how fast things progress, and it will depend on the marketplace and how fast London is growing over the next number of years. And our anticipation is that London will continue to be one of the fastest growing communities in not just Ontario, but in Canada over the next number of decades. Part of this process sends this off to the minister for their signature. There's a public process that the ministry has to go through in terms of ERO, getting input back. And you'll see from the delegations today and the letters there, not everybody is happy. Most people want their land in that didn't get in, including some of my members. But in general, in principle, we are supportive of what's being proposed here today. Individual landowners may have their own thoughts on the matter, on their own particular properties. And there is still an opportunity through a mechanism which you're developing for private landowners to apply to have their lands included in in a future urban growth boundary change. There are letters there about the consultation process. The consultation process has been extensive, and it has been with all stakeholders. It's been taking years, and all stakeholders, including ourselves, have had our chance to put input, and we received feedback from staff on our input, and we think the time has come for council to make a decision on this urban growth boundary for the next 30 years. It's well-researched, well-consulted, and it's time for us to move it to the minister to get it in place, to get the change to the London plan, so we continue to see the growth and manage the growth that London is expected over the next 30 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Paul Hind. I'm a senior consultant to them as a planner with Strict Baldinelli Menez. I'm here representing our clients tonight who own property at 3405 Dingman Drive, and there was some correspondence that was submitted through the PEC agenda as added communication, which you should have in your agenda. The property that I'll be speaking about is recognized as property 103 in the staff report. SPM had provided information to the Long Range Planning Department for consideration of our clients' lands to be brought into the urban growth boundary adjustment area. And we had met with staff on August 19th as well as on November 3rd to explain our request. The November 3rd meeting was through Council's direction to have further dialogue with anybody who had made representation at the previous PEC meeting when it was a draft report being considered by PEC. We understand city staff were directed to review the urban growth boundary and determine additional residential and industrial land needs for the 30-year planning horizon. We do not believe that staff were restricted to considering minor boundary adjustments to accommodate entire land holdings from being included within the urban growth boundary. Originally, as presented at our October 1st public meeting, to consider the draft official plan and the final urban growth boundary review, we had requested that our lands be included in the industrial place type setting. We met with the Long Range Planning Department on November 3rd, and they were suggesting that our lands would be better suited to be placed in a future community growth place type setting to accommodate the recreational and sports fields facilities envisioned. We were not opposed to that. We were encouraged that we were going to be possibly having an urban growth boundary expansion and the future community growth place type setting. Currently, this did not happen. The staff report has recommended refusal of the urban growth boundary, and there is literally no narrative from our discussions that we had on November 3rd in the staff report detailing as to why they felt that they could not include the urban growth boundary expansion or the future community growth land place type setting. The site's ideally located at the Highway 401-402 interchange. The subject property is one of only 2 in the London with frontage on both Highway 401 and the 402, and lands to the east have already been developed. Our request is minor in nature and would allow for our client's property to be entirely included in the urban growth boundary. Currently, it's the north portion of their property which is included in the urban growth boundary with access from Dingman Creek. Our concern is that with the uncertainty of the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, Dingman Creek studies and floodline mapping and restrictions, there could quite possibly be some adverse effects in terms of developing the entirety and having access, ingress, egress to the property if Dingman Drive is the only street available to access the property. By including the urban growth boundary to include the entire portion of our client's lands would allow access to be sought from Westminster Drive to the south. In summary, the inclusion of the entire property of the land south of the Dingman Drive to Westminster Drive reflects that the prior intention of the city to utilize these lands for purposes of development, and given their unique location, is appropriate to include the entirety of the subject property in the urban growth boundary. Subject property provides a significant tract of land allowing development to proceed in a comprehensive manner that meets the needs of the city and represents good land use planning. It is in the public interest. I do have the landowner of the property that would just like to briefly speak regarding this matter as well. I'm open to any questions that may arise from PEC members after the public meeting is closed. Thank you very much.
Okay, you have about a minute to go of the total time, sir.
Jack Minocha.
Just want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to us, and quite often I'm impressed at how much interest councillors do take when we come forward. I want to share that I'm passionate about this property.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
That's okay. I'm not offended by being called a sir. I'm good.
Yeah.
Just a point of order.
Yep.
I realized the prior speaker was trying to hand it off to Mr. Minocha, and you said he had a minute left, being it's a public participation meeting. I would request that each speaker be given their full 5 minutes.
That's a good point. I didn't know where he was going to go with that, but the visiting counselor does raise a good point. You have a full 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'll still try to keep it short. Okay. In that case, I guess I want to share with you, this is my vision from 25 years ago. What I want to do is do something that's going to leave a really good legacy for the City of London, leave a legacy for me as well. So what I've envisioned is a project that actually does a lot more than just industrial or just commercial or just parklands. So my proposal actually takes all of that into account. And I'm hoping that this is actually a hearing to talk about the urban growth boundary. It seems they're getting hijacked by different people in different ways, but we need an adjustment. And I think we initially came in, we thought we could extend our industrial lands to include what was needed for London without having to acquire new lands. And, you know, we met with the planners, and they were very, very good with us, but they said they've got their mind made up on some lands that they're looking at. So it put us in a really precarious position. But I think we can still manage it just with a slight adjustment on the urban growth boundary. And I think I really want to take advantage of the 401, 402 corridor. This was what we had the marching orders 25 years ago. The council said, look, we've got a great asset here with lots of vehicles that drive by every day. We can attract them. We can create some economic activity. And I think this is something I'm passionate about. So I've spent the time, I've done the land assembly, I'm ready to go. This is private equity that's doing this. We're not coming to the council and asking you guys for money. In fact, we're hoping that we supplement the city industrial lands. And I hope that's a positive thing, and we can do it on, you know, a private basis. So I'm looking forward to your support so that we can carry on a project. We're looking at some churches wanting to move in with us. We're looking at industrial users. We have a letter from, you know, different groups that want to locate on our lands. And I think there's some opportunities here, and we look forward to working with the council and with the planners to realize a vision that I think is going to be really good for London. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of committee, and visiting councilors and members of the public. My name is Laura Jameson. I am a planner with Zelenka Priamo. I'm joined by Michael Fergia of Southside Construction Management, the client that I am representing today. I'm here to discuss the inclusion of Southside's lands, legally described as Concession 3, Part Lot 27, and Registered Plan 33R 11058, Part 2, generally located to the south of the CN-CP rail corridor and north of the Thames River, just on the west side of the city. And we're hoping to request the inclusion of those lands within the UGB. As you are aware, we have provided written correspondence justifying our inclusion of Southside's lands within the UGB, and I wish to highlight a couple of points from this letter. Firstly, these lands are ideally situated to optimize existing and planned infrastructure. To service these lands, the Oxford Street wastewater treatment plant is located just to the south, and the lands have already been incorporated into the master servicing strategy for the area. To exclude these lands from the UGB would be highly impractical, considering the known sanitary capacity constraints within the city. There are also options to access the subject lands, such as constructing a land bridge to cross the rail corridor, to connect these lands to Gainsborough Road to the north, through lands that are also owned by Southside and proposed to be included within the UGB. It is worth noting that the cost to service and access these lands would not be a public cost, but would be the full responsibility of the developer. Additionally, by excluding all lands to the south of the rail corridor from the UGB, the lands would essentially be fragmented from the greater agricultural system and surrounded by urban uses, which creates a key hole in the UGB that does not represent good land use planning practice. Given that the developable area of the lands between the rail line and the Thames River represents a modest increase of the total lands anticipated for community growth needs, are significantly less than the deficit anticipated to accommodate school lands, it is reasonable and responsible to include the subject lands within the UGB to meet anticipated growth requirements. Thank you very much for your consideration, and as was stated previously, if there are any questions following the PPM, I would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Well, good afternoon, members of committee. And Mr. Chair, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jared Zafman. I'm the CEO with the London Home Builders Association. Generally just echoing comments made in the past, but we're very supportive of this moving forward and very much appreciate all the work and effort put in by staff and stakeholders into this process. As Mr. Wallace mentioned before, it has been a long process. We're looking forward to getting to the end of this now. I did want to just make a quick comment. Mr. Chair, you had mentioned how you look at affordable homes versus affordable housing. And I think this is something we kind of struggle with quite often. And you know, I would say we look at affordable housing really as more subsidized housing, and then we look at housing affordability as that broader spectrum. And I think this is a really critical piece that as council looks at this land supply in London over a 30-year horizon, it's very important that we have ample supply of land to be able to provide all the housing that's going to be needed in our community over the next number of decades. It's critical, and I think it's very prudent that council is looking at that over that longer term horizon and is looking at a substantial amount of land that's going to be included in that so that we can meet the needs that are coming to this community. We've been growing at a substantial pace for a number of years, and as noted by others in the province, including Mike Moffat, we're seeing significant outmigration from the Greater Toronto Area. It's coming down the highway to places like here in London, and so ensuring that we have the supply available to be able to build all the houses that are going to be required now and into the future is critical, and so appreciate all the efforts on this and look forward to a final decision on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I see a gentleman coming to the microphone. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Harjeet Jaswal, sir. Committee members, chairs, and the councillors, visiting councillors. I am Harjeet Jaswal from White Oak Development Inc. We have land at 4563 White Oak Road. And we requested to add that land into the urban growth boundary because we are thinking that this is the perfect spot, which is not under the floodplain according to the new maps, which was updated in 2024. And it is just one corner of the land hits the Dingman Creek. It is south of Dingman Road, but it is a high dry land wrapped around from three sides with the roads. One is Dingman Road, White Oak Road, and Highway 402. It has very little portion of the land which is environmentally protected area. The rest of the land is usable. And there are services over there on the land. We see that staff has rejected our request to add it. And we have sent already a request to the committee to reconsider it. And I want to bring few things before the committee. I understand that between 2014 and 2025, there is a lot of difference. But there are certain things which don't change about the land. During 2014, this land was evaluated by the same city staff, and parcel size, shape, and topography, it was said to be meeting the criteria. Now it is not. The services at that time, it was saying that there is no constraints on this one, so services were enough. And now it is saying that services are not enough, or services not meeting the criteria. Similarly, there are so many other things. I think the analysis has been done very objectively, subjectively, not objectively. I would request the committee to go through this one. We have developed small houses which London needs. We did in the small community of Belleville. We just completed 127 houses over there. Small houses, townhouses, 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom houses. So that will be very good for the starter home or new couples, young couples who want to buy that. It is a very strategic location right on the highway. So I would request the committee to consider that, either through amendment or requesting the staff again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online that would like to address the committee. Layla Bloomer, if you can hear me and would like to address the committee, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Layla Bloomer, Ward 5. Thanks for providing another opportunity to provide comment on this really important issue. And I really appreciate the chance to restate some key points that I feel haven't been given due consideration during the decision-making process. And I also have a few requests for PEC's considerations. So first of all, a reflection that the first point is a reflection that reflects a little bit of a different experience than what's been expressed here just now, which is that the public information and engagement process around the urban growth boundary review has been, from a citizen perspective, what I'd call negligible. So residents have been limited to speaking at a half dozen public participation meetings. We get 5 minutes at each meeting. But there's no opportunity to engage in discussion. And very few members of the public are able to sort of take this afternoon off work to access this opportunity to speak to the committee or to council. And so there's also the ability to submit written comments through the Get Involved London website. But again, there's no opportunity for discussion there. And one-sided opportunities like these are actually among the least effective ways to engage with the public. So just to say, there's still time to do this broader consultation before council approves the expansion, but at the very, very least, afterwards, it's clear that council is going to approve this the way it's going forward, but at least afterwards, there needs to be more engagement of the public so that members of the public have an idea what this will look like in their communities and how it'll impact them. Second point, again, restating that I feel like the updated population projections from the province should be used to calculate the amount of land needed. I mean, they were updated for a reason, and the less that we can tie up prime agricultural land and wetlands and wild spaces, the better. And then third, again, I feel it's a circular argument to say that there's no way to avoid expanding on Class 1 agricultural land, as the provincial planning statement directs, because London is on and surrounded by Class 1 land. So that's, I mean, exactly the reason it should be avoided. We've just seen the annual hunger report released yesterday from Feed Ontario, and it shows that there were more than 1 million people in Ontario visiting food banks in the past year ending March 2025. It's a huge number, and it's 87% increase actually since 2020. And at the same time, we're finding that diet-related health issues are on a steady incline. It's costing us not only our own health, but also millions of dollars in the healthcare services. Food impacts every aspect of a person's life. So yes, there is a need for housing, but the evidence is overwhelmingly obvious all around us that neighborhoods that are built outside the city's core are usually designed around roads and parking lots for cars and access to big box stores and fast food outlets rather than areas to grow food for a growing population. So if it's not possible to avoid expanding on prime agricultural soil, and we're facing the food security issues that we're seeing every day, doesn't that warrant a pause to consider options seriously? So those are the 3 key points I wanted to restate. I do have a couple of things just to bring forward for PUC's consideration. One is that I would like the committee to request council to ensure that the ongoing concerns that Chief Joe Muskokomen from the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation are fully addressed to their satisfaction before proceeding with a final vote on the urban growth boundary review. The second is that I'd like council to be requested to provide an update on the motion that it approved in December 2024, and that is that the mayor be requested to engage in a discussion with local Southwestern Ontario mayors and wardens regarding regional growth. I'd really like to know where that is and what's happened with that. Third, I think regardless of the final vote on the review, I would ask that council be requested to share detailed and accessible information about the urban growth boundary expansion with the public in a variety of forms, so that can encourage and support interactive dialogue going forward on this. Fourth, I would like to request that council pursue becoming a signatory to the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact, which Guelph, Montreal, Toronto, and Halifax have all already signed on to. So for context, this is an international agreement, and it's a commitment to developing sustainable food systems that are inclusive, resilient, safe, and diverse.
30 seconds.
London's position here, thank you. London's position here is that we need to steward the land that we're on. We're very fortunate to be where we are, and we need to make sure that we commit to protecting it. And then lastly, I would like to ask that support from the city be reestablished for an urban agriculture steering committee, which existed previously, and it was tasked with advising on implementing and developing the urban agriculture strategy, which was previously approved by council. I'd request that that be reestablished on an ongoing basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers. Oh, very distinguished visitor, our Honorable Ed Holder, past mayor. Thank you for joining us today, sir.
Well, thank you very much.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman, and I'd like to thank committee members for allowing my opportunity to make a few comments. And I'd like to support the presentations that were made by Paul Hind and the owner of the properties at Dingman and Westminster, Mr. Jug Menosha, who's been a great corporate citizen of London. Now, you will note that that part of his property is already in the urban growth boundary. And so what he is looking to do, just to keep it very straightforward, is to ensure that the balance of his property is included in the urban growth boundary. And what that does is it allows him access to all of his properties without environmental impacts. And I think that's very important, certainly for Mr. Menosha, but also when you look at it from a very practical standpoint, I think it deserves consideration. I'd like to acknowledge the work that our planners from the city have done in trying to do the impossible, which is to try to, I'll say, exact the appropriate locations for the urban growth boundary. That's not an easy task. And certainly when I sat on planning as part of the overall committee, I had some appreciation of what goes into their efforts. But I'd like to acknowledge something that I don't typically do, and that is acknowledge positively Mr. Wallace's comments when he says that what we need to do is look at all of the space and locations that are going to be needed over the next 30 years and beyond. It's a tough task, but we're asking you as council members to look at that particular property and see if that just makes logical sense. Not only because it's already a part of his property, which then allows for, at the 401 and 402 locations, appropriate development and beyond. If you look more extensively at what Mr. Menosha is recommending, he's also suggesting that it not just be industrial commercial, but opportunities to put in park area, to put in venues that will attract what we are as a city of London, not just the city of music, but we are also the regional sports hub for all of Southern Ontario. So when you look at his plan in full, I think what you'll see, it doesn't disturb what we are trying to accomplish and what he's trying to do with those properties, but allows him actually to do it. If not, he can't. And as he's indicated, he wants this to be his legacy project, if you will, his gift to the city. Now, he's not giving you his land, of course, but if you'll appreciate that what he's really looking to do is to develop that in a positive way without any financial impact to the city. So council members, it does rest with you, committee, and all of council, and we appreciate any consideration that you would give to his request. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It feels funny to be on this side of the microphone, but I appreciate all of you giving me the time today.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll look for other speakers. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online. No, there's no one online. I don't see anyone else approaching the microphone. So I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis, and we'll call the vote.
I'm in favor, Chair.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, that voice we heard was Mayor Morgan joining us online. All right, so I'll put this on the floor for committee members. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Well, I'll put the staff recommendation on the floor first. I do have one small amendment to propose, but let's get the main motion moved and seconded first.
Okay, we'll get started that way. I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Cuddy has seconded, and I'll go back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I do have one amendment to propose, and I've spent the last month looking at these maps, going over things. In this particular case, I've talked to some of our staff, I've talked to the applicant, I've looked at the geography. We heard our presenter from Zelenka Priamo talking about the fact that it's already on the master servicing plan. So the amendment that I want to propose, and I have submitted it to the clerk through eScribe so she could load it in. I also submitted it or had it circulated with my apologies to committee members. I did leave for a meeting this morning thinking I had clicked send and I had clicked save. So you got it during the meeting, not before. But it is to add the parcel that I have started to come to call the keyhole in the northwest, the segment that was referred to south of the CN-CP corridor, north of the Hunt Club lands that were referenced by our presenter from Zelenka Priamo. And it comes down to, for me, looking at the map, in all other cases, I will say to staff, I know that there are folks in the gallery who want more added in. They may still come with OPAs and other things along the way. But this one, to me, is the one line on the map that just doesn't make logical sense. It just leaves that one section that's otherwise surrounded either by the city limits or all other lands within the urban growth boundary out. It is a small parcel of land. There's protected natural heritage features in there as well, so that we'd actually be adding to our natural heritage feature land accumulation in. And I believe if the numbers that I had worked out were right, it works out to about 16 additional hectares of developable land and approximately another 7 or 8 of natural heritage feature land that gets added in. Again, that's rough math, and if I have the numbers slightly wrong, that's on me, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong on the size, but I did circulate that, so I think the clerk has it to put in eScribe. That would be a change to Schedule A. So I'll see whether or not there's even a seconder for that, and then if I can speak to it a little further or hear what colleagues have to say.
Councillor Cuddy.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. The clerk has indicated that the wording is up on eScribe, is that correct? So you can see it before you. All right, so we're now speaking about the amendment. I'll open the floor for discussion on the amendments regarding this particular property. Councillor Frank.
Thanks. I think I just saw Councillor Stevenson's hand, and I'm not a member of committee, so I don't know if she wanted to go.
She didn't raise her hand, but she looked like she might have.
I don't have too much to say, except I'm happy to support the amendment.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
So I'll just draw to colleagues' attention as well. If you open the attached staff report, and there's 64 pages in the PDF that I have in eScribe, on page 27, you've got a map that's got the dotted lines. And so just for a visual, if you're looking at what piece of land it is, it's that keyhole in the northwest corner where the northern line, north-south line comes straight down from the corner of the city limits, and then it's met by an east-west line, and then there's that thumbprint or keyhole piece that's sticking out that's missing. That's the piece of land. And again, if you flip to page 28, it's dotted in that corner there of what's left out. So I hope that helps folks identify. I did in the circulation to committee and clerks include a map of it as well. So again, hopefully that helps people understand. But if you're looking in those maps from about page 27 to 32, you can see that section that sticks out there.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, mine is a bit of a procedural question. I'm just wondering, given that there's a council endorsed number, I think it's 1476, that it has been approved by council, would that not be a decided matter of council, and adding more hectares to this parcel then require reconsideration?
I will go to the clerk for that question.
Sorry, we missed the question.
Yes, if I can reiterate. So my understanding is council decided specifically on 1476 hectares of land to be brought into the urban growth boundary. And given this increases it, I know it's only 16, but and then some additional green spaces. But I'm wondering, since the 1476 is a decided matter of council, if adding more violates the decided matter of council.
I'll go to the clerk.
Through the chair, I would deem this more of an amendment to the current motion that's on the floor.
Can you repeat that? We just got the last half of what you said.
Sure, through the chair, I would deem this more of an amendment to the motion on the floor.
This is deemed as an amendment to the motion on the floor, Councillor.
Thank you. Then a follow-up. I don't imagine it'll happen here, but at council then, would I be able to bring forward an amendment to reduce it by 245 hectares?
That will be, I'll let the clerk answer that, but that could be a question for when it does happen. But if the clerk wants to weigh in, go ahead.
Through the chair, we can provide you advice prior to council.
Councillor?
Thank you. Yes, I'd appreciate that. If we're going up, I imagine we can go down as amendments. So I'll seek that advice before council.
Okay. I'll look for other comments or questions on the amendment. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. So just picking up on that, I would point out that this is very specific to a parcel. It's not sending it back to staff to pick what comes in or out. It's a very specific piece based on a couple of very specific arguments related to the fact that this is already in the master servicing plan. So it's already contemplated for municipal servicing through DCs and GMIS in years to come. Again, we don't have an application, so there's no like holding provisions or assessment of total services, but it is part of the master servicing plan. And so that is very specific to why this one is being brought forward. So I would just share that piece with colleagues. Otherwise, I would say that beyond that, again, I understand why others have made other presentations. I'm looking at this from a geographic perspective. I'm looking at the pink and the green on the map that's on page 37. that Mr. Wallace held up in the gallery. And I think I will send a note to the Speaker of the House of Commons today that it being noted Mayor Holder actually said nice things about Mr. Wallace today. I'm not sure if that happened during their time in Parliament together, but that comes back to highlight as well where the green and pink are. And so I would say, for Council's information, I don't know if staff are able to do this or not, given the timelines. But I would ask through you, Chair, if for Council, if staff could highlight just that particular addition in pink and green to show us where just to delineate where the natural heritage features and EMG buffers are in that land. Again, I don't know if that's work that you can complete before Council, but I want to ask that through you, Chair.
I'll go staff on that.
Through the chair, can you repeat the question?
Deputy Mayor?
Just when we look at the map that's on page 37, where the pink and the green highlight the lands that are being added, prior to Council, could you provide colleagues with the pink and green delineation in this addition, should it pass, just so they can see where the natural heritage areas are versus the developable land?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, that wouldn't be a problem.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so if we could just get that, I think for a visual, it'd be helpful for people to see where the natural heritage features are in terms of, and compare that to the developable land and where the other developable land to the north that's in the same ownership is being proposed. I just think that that would be a valuable visual for council colleagues to see.
Thank you.
So that's going to end my comments on this. To me, this is just the one spot where we've cut out a keyhole. It's one of the objections I had in the last urban growth boundary sort of map as I looked at it years ago, not making sense. In the southeast, there was a corner. Now we're recognizing to bring in some for employment and community growth land down around Old Victoria Road and Bradley and Highway 401. That was a keyhole in the past that we're coloring in a way that makes sense to me, and I think we should do the same with this one.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? I'll ask the Deputy Mayor to take the chair, please.
I'm happy to take the chair, but since it's my motion, do you want to give the chair to someone else?
I'll ask Councillor Cuddy to take the chair. Good point.
Thank you. I'll take the chair, recognizing Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. So what I do not want to do is go against the will of council as far as the overall number that was passed, as Councillor Frank has alluded to. So I'm not going to be supporting the amendment at this particular time, but I will, between now and council, see where we're at with that particular question. If adjustments can be made to keep us within the limit that was set by council, or I'll also discuss with the clerk how this works within the will of council as well. But I don't want to take any chances at this point. That could change in my conversations between now and council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll return the chair to Councillor Lehman with no other speakers.
Okay, thank you. I'll look for any other speakers on the amendment.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Virtually online, I've had my hand up. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Councillor. I appreciate you speaking up. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate what the Deputy Mayor is trying to do on this one. I have a few parcels I've been meeting with staff and developers on behind the scenes as it pertains to Ward 12. I'll maintain my full comments for the main motion when it comes back. But I share the comments and concerns of Councillor Frank and Councillor Lehman that depending on what we're putting in and where, are we just going to increase the number? Is it going to get scaled back in other ways? So I do share that concern since we set a number already that I know it was a split vote, and just how we're going to manage that, or how staff is going to manage those conversations. So I appreciate it, and like I said, I'll reserve other comments for the main motion.
Thank you. I'll look one last time around to see if anyone else has comments. Okay, this is on the amendment, and we will call that vote.
Mayor Morgan,
I'm against.
closing the vote, the motion carries 4-2.
Okay, thank you. Now we have that amendment dealt with. We have the main motion that has been amended. So now we're back to the amended main motion. So I'll look for comments or questions on the amended main motion. Okay, we need to have a mover and seconder for the amended motion. Councillor Lewis, or Deputy Mayor Lewis moves it, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. So, questions or comments on the main motion, amended motion? Councillor Plaza.
The mayor has raised his hand as well. I'll yield to him as he's an unofficial member of committee.
Mayor Morgan.
He's an official, he's fine.
Thank you. I'm happy to provide some comments now. I just wanted to comment on a couple of letters, the one that Chief Muskokoman wrote and the one that I wrote to him and then copied committee. And I had a chance to speak with the chief today while he was attending meetings in Ottawa. The first is just echoing what I reiterated in the letter, in that the concern about the 419 hectare area that was identified by Chippewas of the Thames First Nation actually has about 245 hectares that are planned to be protected through the green space place type, and another 42 hectares that have a buffer maintained to adjacent natural heritage features like the Dingman Creek and the Thames River corridor. And so the developable land there is 118 hectares. You'll also see in that letter that I reiterated council's and the corporations and staff's commitment to working with Chippewas of the Thames First Nation and others on the work that's being done on any sort of future servicing of the area, including future locations of a Southside treatment plant or anything that would support the development in the area. In my conversation with the chief this morning, and I will be very clear, I do not want to put words in the chief's mouth. I'm just paraphrasing and providing my my perspective and summary of the conversation. One of the concerns the chief had is he's very forward-thinking and a pretty visionary leader. He's very interested in discussing the idea of an urban reserve, special economic zones, taking advantage of some of the legislation like Bill 5 at the provincial government, and was concerned that if he didn't participate in the urban growth boundary process now, that he would be, or they would be precluded from engaging in those opportunities and discussions in the future. They are interested in building housing within the city limits. They are interested in owning land within the city limits. They're interested in creating an economic partnership and looking at this from a regional perspective as something that I've worked with the local communities and other municipalities to do. I explained to him what our staff have said is clear, and that is this doesn't preclude any future engagement on those. As you know, we're developing a process for private landowners to bring land into the urban growth boundary. And in speaking with Scott Mathers, and he can confirm this, we are contemplating, and I strongly encourage this, and if we need to add an amendment, I would do so, that there be a pathway for Indigenous communities to participate in that process of suggesting or bringing land into the urban growth boundary for something like an urban reserve or a special economic zone or something like that, which would obviously have a process to it, but that would be the pathway to which these sorts of things could happen. And the chief, obviously, and I reiterated our commitment to working together on a number of strategic projects. So I think I've been able to clarify a number of the concerns that he had. And again, just going back to the ultimate goal here is the forward-thinking partnership within the city limits on how Chippewas of the Thames First Nation can participate with us on economic development and housing creation, and not necessarily a concern about this urban growth boundary process as much, because there was the false assumption that this would be very set in stone for the next 30 years, and there would be an inability to change those boundaries or add new lands in, which we know under the new provincial legislation is simply not the case. So I wanted to add that context to the discussion because I know there's been a lot said, and share that summary of my conversation with the chief this morning.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go to Councillor Plaza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few questions and a few comments through you to staff. As we have approved the overall number of land, as we've heard the mayor's comments just now about a future process for private lands to be brought in, perhaps some Indigenous land and land reserves that they'd like to see and bring in London. What would that potential process look like for the overall number that we might actually be including in the urban growth boundary?
I'll go to staff on that question.
Through the chair, just to make sure that it's top of mind for everyone. So in October, we brought forward a draft of privately initiated urban growth boundary application policies and guidelines. So very much that was structured at the very typical development application we might receive. And that's something that we need to be able to create because the new PPS does provide an opportunity for people to come forward with private applications, as well as our process that we're undertaking right now with being the official plan review. So that process will come back to committee, be able to sign off on that process. So what we'll do, having had the conversation with the mayor today about this, is also take a look at that from of a lens of an Indigenous partner that might be looking at trying to come forward and make an appropriate process that acknowledges those treaty rights and the other responsibilities we have to be for reconciliation as well. So that might end up being two different processes, or it might just be working within the process that's already been suggested, but having like a different opportunity to have that different type of form of engagement as well. So that would come to a future committee to be able to be considered by council as well.
Councillor Plaza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess overall number of hectares wise, that council has its approved number. If we have a bunch of applications for private land to be brought in, would we reduce the overall number for the urban growth boundary that we're looking at expanding in, or would it just be adding to that overall number?
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, this would be a completely a process on top of the number. So if the council has before you a recommendation related to the current land needs, the process that was highlighted in October has an opportunity to look at the overall need at the time that the application comes through. Also requires like a consultant to be hired to be able to do that assessment. So this would be over and above, and also would recognize that if it was an application that came in a couple of years, that might be considering what's developed since that time. So it would be a little bit more of a time-oriented opportunity to be able to adjust those as well. My understanding as well is that some of the consideration that would be given to some of the Indigenous groups would be possibly like more of an industrial or commercial type of opportunities, which is of course part of that industrial consideration and not the community growth consideration, which is probably very much the focus, but also of our conversations today. But there might be other opportunities to discuss industrial moving forward as well if there are major changes in our industrial needs.
Councillor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was just trying to balance what we've already approved as our overall urban growth numbers, and then the potential addition to that of future applications on an individual basis. Also contemplating some of the lands that they don't make it in through the staff-led process. If Indigenous partners of interested parties want to partner with some of the people who have had those lawn appendixes enlist within it, of that we still might get them developed if they partner or do have separate applications. My main concerns still exist. One, I think we're still looking at too much land based on projected numbers. and preferring still a certain amount of infill. We praised those applications earlier of tearing down and building back up. Secondly, still concerned with the southwest section of the plan. I know that there's not adequate servicing out there yet, but for a city not to be developing its highway interchange is an anomaly to me. I know that there's opportunities out there for development. I know that the landowners are interested. I know I have people interested in building on those lands. They're just not currently set. I still struggle with when the City of London wants to build on some of these lands outside the urban growth boundary. It's green lights, no problem, full speed ahead. I have questions still outstanding of what we're going to do with the London Emergency Services campus. Places out there are running off septic, though they have municipal water. Is that our intention for the London Emergency Services campus too, that we're just going to run the whole site off septic? Or are we going to bring services out to it? If we bring services out to the London Emergency Services campus, is it fair game that people along that corridor that we service can actually develop their lands? Because then there will be servicing in that area, which tends to be the point that holds them back right now. So I have other concerns and questions. I know some of the conversations are fluid, but for South London, I think it's a huge opportunity for development. It's a gateway into London. It's a regional hub. We have major projects going on out there and just no applications right now from staff of allowing the urban growth boundary to expand into it. So I have those concerns and continue to have them, potentially working on something for council, just trying to work on things behind the scenes with staff. So I question our southwest area of this plan based on what the cities ourselves are doing out there for development. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments or questions from committee members or visiting councilors. Councilor Pribble.
Thank you. I just have a couple of points, and the first one is actually the first one is that was just we just heard. I do think that 401 and 402 is an area that we can really develop, and we can really it's an untapped area, untapped market that it really can bring a lot to our city in terms of the growth. And when I say that, I don't mean really residential. I'm looking about commercial, industrial, and really looking for bigger picture developments in this area, which some of them were already mentioned. So that's one thing. Second thing is to the staff, because I did hear it a few times, and we did receive emails. In terms of the participation, in terms of the public, could you please kind of summarize that there were additional opportunities than the ones that we have here, public participation meeting, the 5 minutes? I really would like to have a feedback on this. Thank you.
I'll go with staff.
Thank you. Through the chair. So through the land needs assessment and the urban growth boundary review, there were 4 community information meetings open to the public. There were 3 development industry consultation meetings specific to the development industry, as well as through the land needs assessment, there was approximately monthly a housing supply reference group that met. Indigenous consultations with staff of Chippewa of the Thames occurred 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 4 of those, 1 meeting with Oneida Council rather than Oneida administration. And then I would note that as of last weekend, a couple of us were invited to an open house for the public of the Chippewa of the Thames. And in addition to that, there were also 6 public participation meetings, as well as one-on-one meetings with interested landowners who requested them.
Councilor.
Thank you for these answers, and thank you for the summary, because I do think there's important public information that there were really other opportunities than this, and I do know that we promoted it through our social media and on our website as well. So thank you very much for the update, and no more questions or comments at this time.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments or questions from visiting councilors or committee members. Councilor Frank.
There. Thank you. So I'll just start with a couple comments, and I'd be delighted if someone from the committee would move my motion that I included in my letter, but I will make my comments in absence of that at this time. I too had a conversation with the chief on Friday, and based on that conversation, recent interview clips that I've seen, I'll be making the following comments. That I believe we should be more fulsomely consulting our Indigenous neighbors, because council endorsed properly consulting Indigenous nations on land planning items in our reconciliation plan, as well as Chippewas of the Towns First Nation does have a consultation protocol that includes municipalities as proponents, and I believe our stated commitments should match our actions. And I can appreciate all the work that staff have done, doing staff to staff liaisoning with the Indigenous nations nearby. I did hear from the Chippewas staff that our staff have done a good job of keeping them informed, so I just want to highlight that I think that is a key factor. But nonetheless, I think that given we have the reconciliation plan, and I want to highlight a few items from that plan. On page 11, in regards to treaty rights and land acknowledgements, it includes ensuring meaningful consultation with Indigenous communities regarding land use and resource management decisions. On page 20, in regards to duty to consult, ensuring municipal development projects respect Indigenous rights and governance. On page 31, build Indigenous consultation to the Lennon Plan to ensure Indigenous communities are consulted on planning projects and on significant changes to the city's official plan, which this would be. Page 41, continue Indigenous engagement consultation related to major studies, environmental assessments, and projects. So I do think that we have committed through the reconciliation plan to doing really meaningful consultation. And again, hearing from the chief in his letter, given that they're on a different election cycle and their council was brought in the summer and was getting up to speed and have only had this information provided to them in the last couple of weeks, again, knowing our staff have done a job liaisoning with staff to staff. I think it's appropriate for us to defer this. I'm hoping in January that all parties could have convened and provided additional comments, because I think that in regards to this consultation process, again, staff have done what they can, but just given the election cycles are different, I think that we have a bit more due diligence to do. I also think understanding that the urban growth expansion is not minor, it is a significant major undertaking with generational impacts. I think it's important that we get this right now. It's major decisions that shape how land is used, where it will occur, make land use plans for the next 30 years, or if you use current calculations, it's actually 45 years, evaluate how environmental systems are impacted. So all of these factors, I believe, could warrant a better decision and discussion with the Indigenous proponents who have indicated they'd like to have further discussion. And I don't see this as a significant delay. I did chat via email with staff in regards to the DC master plan process, because I know that is of concern of trying to make sure that we get everything done so we can do the cost estimates and that we can fit into that process. So I know that staff are hoping to get summary estimates of costs and projects out for feedback by April 2026, and then hoping to get that all together by year end of 2026 for the DC bylaw. So I think by having additional consultation to do our due diligence, and still aiming to have that back by January for approval for council with all of that feedback, and then being able to get those cost estimates in by April 2026. So I have faith in our staff to do that. I don't love making tight timelines, but I do think it's important we get this right. So again, I don't think I have a mover at committee, but I just want to highlight that was the rationale that I provided in addition to the letter that I submitted to committee. So thank you for the time, and we'll see if this moves anything. Otherwise, at council, I plan to bring this forward unless there's any additional information that I'm missing.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
I've spoken once. Councillor Trussow raised his hand, so I'll let him speak before I go again.
I didn't see the councillor's hand over there. Not used to seeing him hiding in Councillor Ferrer's seat. Please go ahead, councillor.
I would like to indicate that I think the question of the duty to consult is a very serious and pressing issue that this council has to address. In saying that, I am not derogating the staff or the mayor or anybody else who has worked on the process so far. But I think it's important to emphasize, and I may ask the city solicitor just to verify some of my points here. The duty to consult arises from federal case law, the federal constitution, the honor of the crown, which applies in certain circumstances, and it goes beyond the technical requirements of the Planning Act. So in addition to getting that verified, what I would like to understand is, and if we can't get a response to this now, certainly I can wait till council, because it doesn't seem as if this is going on the floor today. What are the differences between the level of engagement that we would have under the duty to consult above and beyond the Planning Act requirements?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair. So of course, it is our requirement to conform with the legislation. So we want to, at a minimum, ensure that any duty to consult requirement is that we're aligning with that requirement. Of course, we do have the city's reconciliation action plan, so that is something that we also want to be considering and going over and above any kind of requirement that is actually just the bare minimum statutory requirement. That's one reason why our team has been working very closely with reaching out to staff at the different indigenous communities and actually going and visiting the community and having some of those conversations. So what our take is, as far as what the expectation of council is, to go over and above those requirements, but we are only required to, of course, the municipality is only required to meet the bare minimum of the legislation.
Councillor?
So through the chair, my more direct question is, does the duty to consult, which is a broad doctrine that's developed, require a municipality to go above and beyond the requirements of the Municipal Act as a matter of federal, constitutional, and indigenous rights law?
I'll go staff.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. To get into the details of what our duty is and how it might compare to the legislation, I'd be happy to give that advice in camera.
Councillor,
Yes. At which point I can't make a motion to go into camera. I can at council.
You can at council, and you can get
council.
this offline, yep.
And my view would be that this would be better to take up at committee than council. So I would ask if there's anybody on the committee who would be willing to make a motion to go into camera to have this broad discussion.
Well, I'll ask committee, do we want to go in camera and get the councillors' questions? Deal with it? I don't see any appetite for that, councillor, so.
Okay, well, I want to say two things. I will raise this at council, and I will try, as a courtesy to our council, to provide a list of questions, which will include what would be the implication of us not engaging in the duty to consult. What potential liabilities could we be looking at? What additional parties would have grounds to come in and consult with that? Now, the other point that I want to make is that we should be very careful that we don't shortcut this question. And I know that this committee and our planning staff and our legal staff have a lot of expertise that they've accumulated over the years in terms of the requirements of the PPS and the Planning Act. But I really want to urge everybody here to understand that separate and apart from these requirements, there is a new, very recent, emerging body of law that we cannot afford to ignore. So I'm disappointed that I'm not getting a request from a member of this committee to go into closed session, because I think this is important information to us, for us to get. And I will be making this request at council. I do think that we need to be very, very careful that we are fully engaging with our constitutional obligations and to engage in the duty to consult, which again is very different than the requirements of the Planning Act. So I think with that, I'm going to leave it, and I'll come back at council with more information about this. But I do want to thank Councillor Frank for raising this. And I think that in the long run, the idea of having a protocol, which to me, it would just make good sense to at least use the protocol that we've been provided as a starting point for what our protocol should be. I know that you don't want to have delay, but if we don't do this right, this can be significantly delayed. I won't get into that until we're in closed session, but I'm very worried about this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments or questions. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So, number of items that I'm going to speak about here. First of all, I will say with Councillor Pribble and Councillor Pelosa's comments, particularly around the 401 and 402 exchanges and developing those, particularly as industrial and employment lands, I do think that we still maybe have not hit the target dead on this one. And we heard a couple of presenters speak to that as well. However, there are some servicing challenges, and also, to the mayor's point earlier, Bill 5 actually requires us to bring forward a new process by which those individual requirements can come forward. I suspect some of them will, as soon as that process is in place, and I do hope that that does include some employment lands, because I agree with my colleagues on that particular matter. But I'm going to really rebut and take some exception to some of the comments that I've heard from my previous two colleagues when we talk about we haven't met our duty to consult, there hasn't been enough engagement. On a typical municipal project, there's 1 PPM. We've had 6. On a typical municipal consultation with Indigenous communities, there'd be 1 set of discussions. We've had 4 with Chippewa of the Thames First Nations and 1 with Oneida. We've had 4 public information center opportunities that are open to everyone. 3 specific meetings with the development sector and the monthly housing process improvement table. There has been more consultation on this issue than on any other issue that this council, or frankly, the council before it that I was a member of, have had on any issue. It's been a year-long process. Chippewa of the Thames First Nation has had the maps for the community growth and protected natural heritage feature lands, not just to the west that they raised some issues about, but the full map since June. We're not rushing this, folks. We have had consultation, and I recognize that there are some folks who aren't even happy with the number that we have arrived at. But even after we approve this, if we do approve this at council as is, the process doesn't end. And to say that we think that staff can still get the calculations back to us by April, I'm not even confident in that, because when it leaves council, it goes to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. They have to review it, they have to approve it, and they too have a duty to consult with our local First Nations communities. So the consultation doesn't even end. And the consultation hasn't ended. We heard earlier on this agenda item, that the mayor spoke to Chief Muskogeman earlier today. The dialogue continues. And that some of the issues that they've raised are actually dealing with federal components as well. When we talk about an urban reserve, you know, when you look at the land back program in Western Canada, that's funded by the federal government. Discussions have to happen there before that opportunity comes forward. And certainly, under Bill 5, as the mayor referenced, if the Chippewa of the Thames was able to acquire land that they wanted to develop into Indigenous housing in the City of London, that would fit under the Bill 5 auspices as a special project to bring forward for inclusion within the city limits, whether it's land in or outside of our urban growth boundary, even after we approve this. So to me, what we're talking about here is really about whether or not we like the fact that we're expanding the urban growth boundary. And I know we have differences of opinion on that, and that's okay. That's part of how the democratic process works. We don't have to agree on whether the number is right, whether the number should be bigger or smaller. But our job is to make a decision. And I'm quite comfortable with the decision we've got before us right now. I think we have done, and we heard Mr. Mather say, you know, we have to meet the minimum legislative. We heard about the value of going above and beyond, and we have gone above and beyond. We have gone above and beyond. So we can have different opinions on whether or not we've met our duty to consult. Frankly, there are times when I think that individuals would prefer to consult until the end of the term, but we don't have the luxury of time. We have to make a decision on these things. We have to send this to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, who then has to do their duty to consult, who then has to do their calculations and sign off, and still get all of that back to us in order for staff to start the DC charges study in April with the proper calculations. So we know that we have the proper money coming in to pay for the infrastructure that we need to build any of the housing. There's an order of operations here. And when we talk about the pacing later down the road, once we know how much we're bringing in through DC charges, then through the GMIS, we decide how much things are advanced at what pace. The discussion doesn't end today. It doesn't end at council. But we do have to, as a council, make a decision. And I think we're in a very, very good spot. I think we have gone above and beyond, and staff have given a lot of time to consultation on this. Listen, there are components here where I could look at a couple other parcels and say, I really think those should come in. But I'm not doing that because I don't have the same logic that I had on the one piece that I did think that should come in. And I referenced some of the 402, 401 corridor access, and that's a couple where I personally might feel a little bit differently than where staff landed, but I see the logic of where they landed. So I'm going to support them, and I'm going to let others pursue their changes through Bill 5 applications, through OPAs, through MZOs, because there are other opportunities to make those changes. But I don't need to delay this any further. We've had a lot of discussion, both in this chambers. Lots of us have had discussions out in the community. The mayor has had multiple discussions with Chief Muskokoman, and some of those communications have been on the public agenda, and some of them have been through phone calls, one of which was this morning. There comes a point where there's a decision point, and we're at that decision point. And we can talk about agricultural land, and we can just as easily talk about ex-urban growth, because ex-urban growth happens. It's happening right now all around us. And we don't have to drive very far. You can go 10 minutes outside the city limit and see the consequences of not having enough developable land in the city, driving subdivisions out into the county and paving over agricultural land out there. So we either build it in the city limits or we let the county build it outside the city limits, and then we have longer commutes for people to come in to the city for products and services and increase our GHGs and defeat our climate emergency action plan by having longer commute times. We can't have it all. We have to strike a balance. I think this has struck a balance. I know there will be folks today who are disappointed their land isn't coming in, and they will go back and they will pursue other processes to try and bring their land in, as is their right to do. But we are at that point. You know, and I recognize even Ms. Ballmer's comments that food insecurity is an issue. It is. But the land that we're bringing into the urban growth boundary today isn't land that's putting food on our grocery store shelves. It's actually land, in large part, that's producing product that's being exported. Because Ontario is a multi-billion-dollar exporter of agricultural products. So we have to balance. I think we've struck a balance here. There's folks in the gallery who are going to go home unhappy that we didn't add more land in. There are folks who are going to go home unhappy because they think that the number we have is too large. But it's the balance. So I cannot say strongly enough, we've done our due diligence. It's time now for the province to do theirs, so let's support this here at committee and let's support it at council and get it done.
Thank you. Look for any other speakers. Councilor Tressa.
Just to say thank you, and I understand the deputy mayor's passion about this. This has been a long process. I want to assure everyone here that I'm not raising this extra provincial law doctrine as a mechanism to delay this. Quite the contrary, because I think we do run the risk of having delays if we don't consider this. I'd feel more comfortable with what has been said, and I'm saying this with respect to the deputy mayor and his comments. I'd feel more comfortable about this if we had the benefit of a fulsome closed session first, because I do think that there are some aspects of law that goes beyond the law of this province that we don't understand and we've not had on the table. So I just want to say I am not doing this for delay. I'm doing this in good faith based on my reading of some of the case law and commentary on the emerging doctrine of the duty to consult and possibly accommodate. So thank you very much for hearing me out.
Yeah, thank you. Other comments or questions from committee members? Okay. Councilor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. First, I want to take a moment to thank staff for all their work and their continued discussion with councilors as well as the community on this matter. I do appreciate the amount of effort that you've put into the report that has taken what feels like decades, but probably has only been about 2 years to put together. I want to thank the development community for the engagement that they've had with the community in general about this process. In my ward in particular, in the northwest part of the city, there's a considerable amount of land coming in, and that has been a difficult conversation with residents in my ward. But a lot of that has to do with mobility planning more than anything. So I recognize the need for our urban growth boundary to expand. I will be very much looking at, as we move forward, ensuring that leapfrogging doesn't occur so that we can have development that is orderly and development that follows patterns. But I do think that after we and again, presuming what council, not presuming what council will do, what the province will do, but if this moves forward in all of its ways, I do think that this requires us to go back and look at our mobility master plan again. Because for the northwest part of the city, I can tell you the pressure that's already there in this area because of the growth, and looking at how this growth then overlays with transit. It overlays with our lack of schools, our lack of community resources, libraries, community centers, et cetera. I can't go back to my community and say, we've approved the urban growth boundary for the next 30 years, but you're going to have to wait 30 more years for your community center or 30 more years for your roads to be expanded. I think we've learned a good lesson from the development that's happened so far that we need to be more proactive. And I understand how DCs work. But I do think that if we put it into the plans that we are going to do things that make orderly sense, whether that's in the west, the northwest, with the way that we grow this city, people will understand and they will have patience. When it comes to our discussion about the duty to consult, I really do appreciate the engagement that we've had and the conversation that has happened here today. It was something I had concerns with. I do appreciate the ongoing conversations the mayor has had, as well as the ongoing engagement from Indigenous communities nearby. I will say that I appreciate the map that the chief submitted that shows the buffer zone. And I appreciate the fact that staff and the mayor in his letter have articulated how that western buffer can be accommodated within some of our development plans moving forward. So I think that there's a point for discussion to continue the consultation. This is still, there are still stages of this decision that have to be made, not just here at council, but then with the province. And I think that idea of the duty to consult, we have to allow for that to happen at the provincial level as well. And we have to ensure that we can point to what we've done here constructively locally to start and facilitate that engagement. And from there, move that decision to where it also lies, which is the province and under the Provincial Planning Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Look for any other comments. I'll ask Deputy Mayor Lewis to take the chair.
I'll take the chair. Go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank committee members, both the current committee and past committee members, and visiting councillors for good debate, respectful debate. I know there's very strong opinions on either side of this, and even down into the micro. The debate that we had, I appreciate that. I want to thank staff for this incredible year of hard work. Like, this is very complex and sets a direction. 30 years, that's 2055, if my math is correct. This does set a direction. Thank you for all the engagement that was done. It was good to hear how much we reached out to the community, to our Indigenous partners, to our development community, to citizens, et cetera, to get kind of some sort of census of where we want to go. I'm confident in that consultation with our various partners, including the Indigenous community. But I want to reiterate that this doesn't stop there. While we might set a new urban growth boundary, within that, as been mentioned, we have GMS, which dictates where we go with infrastructure. We have zoning. We have MZOs for parcels of land that are outside and other vehicles to get included. And during all those processes, we have consultation. So it's a living, breathing document. But what it does provide is a direction, kind of a general direction, where we know where we're headed to answer such questions as roads and infrastructure, community centers, schools, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, as opposed just one-offs, which I think creates, chaotic cities. I think a well-planned city has a good general direction of where we're going over time. So thank you to staff for that incredible work. Let's get on with it. We got a number. We've got an idea of how to fit into that number. We've got a motion moved and seconded to accept that. I'm for getting on with it and getting this to the province. And there we go. And so now it's over to the province, and the province is going to be looking at these other considerations, including the communities, Indigenous communities, et cetera. But I think now they can look at it from a regional perspective. How does this impact our regional neighbors and bigger questions of transportation and infrastructure from their mindset? And it helps, again, the province to go to handle the incredible growth migration that I think that's coming from the GTA further west down into southwestern Ontario, of which London is the largest city and the regional center, in my opinion. So thank you, Acting Chair. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. I will return the chair to you.
Hey, thank you. I'll look around one more time before I call the vote. We have it moved and seconded. Don't see anybody, so I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Now, we do have, that finishes our scheduled items. We do have that one item from consent that we pulled, 2.3 regarding or 455 Highbury Avenue North. So I will put that on the floor. Councillor Stevenson. Oh, just hold on a second, please. My apologies. We do have requests for delegations. So I'll look to committee right now to move that we hear from both of them. Councillor Stevenson moves it and Councillor Cuddy seconds. We'll call that vote.
Mayor Morgan. Marking the mayor as absent. Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we have two delegation requests. Mr. Hanman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I regret to inform you that Mr. Hannum is under the weather, so I'm here to take his place.
You didn't look like.
Well,
Have you changed your name?
Well, I thought about it.
You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Lehman, members of the committee. My name is Harry Frusios. I'm a principal planner with Zelenka Priamo Limited, and as I mentioned, I'm here filling in for Dave Hannum. I was under the weather for this and unable to attend. Also with me today is Mr. Tyler Pearson on behalf of the ownership group. For the subject lands, Tyler will be providing his own submissions as soon as I've completed mine. The subject application seeks to expand existing self-storage used to include self-storage detached buildings on the undeveloped, underutilized southerly portion of the subject site. Back in August 2024, Council did grant our deferral request to give us some time to speak with city staff about their concerns for the project and an opportunity to see if we could come up with a solution on coming forward. Sadly, those discussions have not had favorable results, and while staff continue to recommend refusal, we are hopeful of a positive endorsement from committee this afternoon. Respectfully, we feel that staff's analysis of the proposal is somewhat narrow and unpractical, and it does not place enough weight on the fact that there is an existing self-storage facility on the property, albeit within an existing building. The use is established, it is permitted, and that, coupled with the proposed expansion, will be a catalyst for continued net gains for the site and surrounding area. Furthermore, there are no known negative impacts associated with the existing use on surrounding lands. As you may know, this property has had historical challenges for nearby residents, city staff, and bylaw enforcement. Mr. Pearson will touch more on this in his delegation. You will note that we provided additional information and materials for the committee's consideration in the added agenda, including a summary letter, site photo, a conceptual rendering of the property, and the latest landscaping plan prepared by Ron Cowdice Landscape Architects. The enclosed conceptual site rendering shows how the proposed low-rise detached buildings and the landscaping areas integrate appropriately within the existing self-storage facility. The overall design is high quality, and it's intended to convey a modern modern appearance, which is complementary to the recently updated self-storage facility, while being respectful of the streetscape and maintaining the character of the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed buildings are positioned with their entrances facing away from the street, with vehicle movements generally screened from public view. It is not anticipated that there will be any undue impacts on the surrounding land uses through this design. It is also important to note that matters pertaining to the detailed design, engineering, and landscaping will be refined through the required site plan approval process, application, and secured through the associated development agreement. With respect to the replanting strategy, in May 2023, most of the trees, including invasive species, were legally removed in accordance with the permit granted by the city's Forestry Operations Department. As per the site photo that we enclosed, 12 of the trees that were retained are distributed throughout the site and generally fragmented from any other vegetated areas. In support of the proposed applications, an updated landscape plan, which we have enclosed, was prepared and confirms the replanting of 140 native trees throughout the site, which is double the 69 trees that were to be replanted under the approved permit. In addition, the owners will explore relocating the 12 remaining trees as well. So we believe the revised replanting strategy aligns with the general intent of the original replanting plan and results in a net ecological benefit. We would point out to this committee that if it is considering support of the application, given that the property is still technically identified as a tree protection area, we would respectfully request that staff be directed to make the appropriate modifications to the bylaw schedule to remove the TPA from the subject lands. Further, we note staff's request to add a holding provision for the archaeological assessment, which our client is agreeable to. Of note, there are no objections that have been received from the public to date on this application. So in conclusion, it remains our professional opinion that the proposed expansion of the self-storage use, coupled with the proposed enhanced and robust landscaping scheme, is appropriate, represents good planning, and is in the public interest. We believe the proposal meets the general intent of the relevant land use planning framework, as it seeks to expand an existing permitted use in a complementary form that is in keeping with the character of the area. And due to the predominantly internalized nature of the self-storage operations, it is not anticipated that excessive amounts of noise, odor, or other undue impacts will result for surrounding land uses. As such, we respectfully request that this committee endorse the applications and recommends approval. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have now or after Tyler's presentation. Thank you.
Harry, you must have practice. It's 4 minutes and 53 seconds, so well done. Mr. Pearson, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, councilors and members of the committee. My name is Tyler Pearson, and I'm one of the partners behind the redevelopment at 455 Highbury Avenue North. First, I want to thank Councillor Stevenson and Deputy Mayor Lewis for the ongoing engagement over the last several years. From day one, we've approached this project with a collaborative mindset, and that absolutely continues today. When we acquired this site, it had been derelict, underused, and widely known as a very problematic property. The wooded area on the south side was a documented hotspot for illicit activity. And during the early stages of construction, while we were investing nearly $15 million to reposition the existing building and manage environmental concerns, we dealt with constant break-ins, theft, and nightly police calls. Even with 24/7 remote monitoring, we would often watch people enter the facility, police would arrive, and the individuals were simply sent along their way. It was taking a real toll on the project. And at one point, as Councillor Stevenson knows, we were very close to walking away from it all. Through the proper permitting process, we removed the trees, the majority of which were well documented to be invasive species, and cleaned up the corner of the property. Almost immediately, the criminal activity stopped. The change was dramatic, and the community noticed. Neighbors would often stop to thank our contractors and employees and share how much they felt the corner, or how much safer they felt the corner was since that wooded section had been cut back. The property has also been impacted by environmental challenges stemming from the London Transit facility across the road. We've worked closely with our environmental consultants to manage these issues on our dime, and we plan to continue doing so for Phase 2. It hasn't been easy or inexpensive, but it's the right thing to do for the property and for the surrounding area. Since completing Phase 1, the transformation at the site has been obvious. We revitalized a vacant building. We brought back a site that was basically dormant. We created a safe, clean, well-designed facility that is already being used by hundreds of residents and small businesses. A facility like this has become a critical amenity in growing urban areas. Much of today's new housing, including the intensification plan for this corridor, doesn't include sufficient on-site storage. Just as importantly, these facilities have become proven incubators for the small and medium business-sized communities. Many entrepreneurs don't have the credit stability or visibility into their future space needs to take on a long-term commercial lease. Flexible, affordable, month-to-month space that can scale with their business is essential now more than ever. At many of our facilities across Canada, more than half of all units are occupied by small and medium business operators. This isn't a fluke. It reflects real demand and the meaningful role these facilities play in supporting local economic development. Our proposal for Phase 2 reflects the same mindset we brought to Phase 1. Do it well, design it properly, and contribute something meaningful to the area. The new buildings are low in scale, internally orientated, and designed to complement the existing facility. On the landscaping front, we're proposing something that meaningfully improves the site. We're working with Ron Cootie's landscape architecture, and as such, we put forth a plan for staff to plant more than 140 native trees. This is double what is required under our existing permit. This represents a significant ecological upgrade compared to the invasive species that once dominated that section of the property. In addition to the safety and the environmental improvements already made, Phase 2 will deliver a meaningful financial benefit to the city. We engage Ryan and Associates, one of the most respected tax consulting firms in the country, to provide an independent assessment of the projected tax uplift. The report confirms that the annual property tax contribution from this site is approximately $86,518 as of 2025. With Phase 2 completed, that figure is projected to increase to roughly $250,000 by 2029, a rise of more than $160,000 per year, or nearly tripling the current contribution. We're not trying to avoid replanting. Far from it. We simply want to do it in a way that is thoughtful, ecologically beneficial, and aligned with how the site currently functions. At its core, our ask is simple. Please allow us to continue the revitalization work we've already started. Please allow us to complete this property so it serves residents, supports local businesses, and aligns with the city's goals for this corridor. We've invested heavily in this site over the last number of years. We've addressed environmental concerns that weren't of our making. We've eliminated a long-standing hotspot for crime, and we've brought a troubled property back into a productive, safe, community-serving use. Phase 2 is a natural continuation of that work. For these reasons, we respectfully ask the committee to support our OPA and ZBA request. Thank you, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. All right, so I'll go to committee. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'd like to move an alternate motion that the clerk has.
Okay.
So it's the one that was distributed to committee without the first it being noted. It's quite lengthy. Do you need me to read out the whole thing?
I'll ask the clerk if you have it. It's up on the screen, so I think committee, if you refresh your eScribe, we can read it, so you don't have to read it out. If I can find it.
So the it being noted, the second it being noted there shouldn't be there.
Do you understand, clerk, what she's saying? The second.
Just give us a
Councillor,
second here.
you're saying the first it being noted paragraph is fine, it's the second it being noted you don't wish to be there regarding the trees?
Just give me a second.
Okay.
What's it? Vote 3.
It's vote 3. Yeah. Oh, it's, Councillor, it's vote 3, so go all the way down to the bottom. It's the last, there's 2 motions. Go to the last one. Motion 3.
It looks good. There, in the one that I have, there is an it being noted that the above noted amendment is being recommended for the following reasons. Is that one there?
Through the chair, I can make a comment on that. Since the recommendations were included under A and under B, we didn't feel it was prudent to include another section listing those reasons.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So that is the alternate motion that I am going to move, and I believe I have a seconder in Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Deputy Mayor Lewis has indicated he will second that motion. So I'll go back to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank staff for all their work on this, and I understand, you know, the limitations that they work under. I also want to thank the property owners and the planners for their tenacious willingness to work through this process. That development has had a significant impact for in a positive way in that area. There is a noticeable increase in safety. This additional development would allow full usage of that land, allow it to provide more services to area neighbors and businesses. It provides for more trees than we have right now, and it provides the city with $160,000 a year in recurring revenue going on, which is something that I think I look forward to, being on planning and talking about that more, that as we approve these developments, we are helping our budget at the same time that we're a value add for the neighborhood and a full usage of, like I said, a prime spot at Bridges and Highbury. I'm going to leave it there for now, but I do look to committee support for this. It's been very positive thus far, and if there's a way that we can move forward on this, it's a win-win, win-win-win all around.
Thank you. I'll look for any other speakers. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, so just picking up where Councillor Stevenson left off, we've both had many conversations with Mr. Pearson. This property kind of, well, it will align with our ward boundaries in the once the ward boundary review boundaries come in. It's fully in Councillor Stevenson's ward right now, but it will abut Ward 2 in the new boundaries. I'm very familiar with this property. Frankly, every day that I come to City Hall, I go past it. And it has been a tremendous improvement to what was there prior in terms of what was basically vacant and sterile land that was a problem for the neighborhood. So from a neighborhood perspective, it's been a wonderful addition to the area. Its use in a light industrial zone is consistent with the light industrial zone along Bridges. That's very important. We're providing continued viability for that LI zone in there, these small businesses that are there. And, you heard Mr. Pearson reference the small business incubators. And just for those who might not be familiar, he's not alluding to the fact that small businesses are operating out of storage units, but he's alluding to the fact that we've got small businesses who don't have the ability to store their inventory at home. They might still be running a home-based business. They might be a small general contractor who needs to store tools and in some cases, potentially even a work vehicle securely. It's, again, not always viable at home. And so that provides them the opportunity to get that business viable so that they can grow and then ultimately move out of those home-based businesses and into commercial spaces that we need filled up in other parts of the city. So it is tied to an LI use. It is consistent with our ECDEV goals in the long run. So very supportive of this. I did want to ask through you 2 questions to staff around, and I did see it. I wanted to make sure that the H9 holding provision was still in there, but I see in clause B, holding to a light industrial special provision H-9 asterisk LI1 bracket 22, so the H9 is in there to capture clearing the archaeological concerns. I just want to get clarity myself around the request that was made around the tree protection area and the 66 trees that were referenced in the staff report versus the 140 that were referenced by the applicant. And I mean, RKLA is kind of the gold standard in the city when it comes to the private sector's landscape and tree planting design. So the 140 and the 66, I just want to make sure that the what we're doing with this is allowing the 140 that are proposed by the applicant, because there is in clause C, there's the site plan approval authority be requested to consider the additional tree plantings on site beyond the 66 required in the TPP, generally in line with the RKLA plan. So what we're saying to site plan is that you can count the 140 as part of the 66 that were required under the tree protection permit that was issued before. And I just want to make sure that we're really clear that we're saying you can count the 66 as part of that 140 that's proposed in the plan.
So go staff.
Thank you. Through the chair, the answer would be yes in terms of that, but I just want to also caution committee that there is an ongoing enforcement matter, and that's part of the challenge with this site. And we just pretty much don't want to presuppose an outcome and then push it to site plan where this ongoing matter is being dealt with. Having said that, I also heard about the tree protection area and the applicant wanting to have the tree protection area removed from this site. There's a process that needs to follow with that. It's not reflected in here, and it's not something that we had provided to the counselor when we were looking through this. So that would be my suggestion that, and it wouldn't be this committee that it would come back through, but there would be direction to staff to review and bring back a report to a committee that the clerks can identify in terms of the tree protection area. That will then set up for how we deal with this matter and that last clause, Clause C, to deal with the site plan approval authority. So what the plan is showing is perimeter trees. But the tree protection area is actually a cluster. It's not about the stem count. It's actually about replanting in a cluster format within that tree protection area. So that's the challenge that we're dealing with here. So we need to have that step in the process that then council can choose or not choose to remove that tree protection area. Then we will know how we, from the enforcement part and also through the site plan, where those trees would be planted.
Deputy Mayor?
Okay, so following up on that, just looking for a little more clarification in terms of what that process is, just for our information. Rather than directing staff to prepare a report, is this something that the applicant self-initiates, or is this something that we have to direct in this decision?
I'll go staff.
My suggestion, I can refer to legal as well, but the direction would be through this to staff, but staff would potentially be the forestry group within engineering infrastructure, so that's why it would come back through another committee. It's not a planning or Planning Act matter.
Deputy Mayor?
Okay, so it would go through forestry, which would report likely through infrastructure and corporate services on their corporate services policy around the tree protection area. Hearing that, then just to make it really clear for direction, I'd like to add an amendment, another clause. I guess that would make, I think it needs to be, so C would have to become D, and there would be a C clause in between, that civic administration be further directed to report back on the potential removal of the tree protection area identified in this application. And I'm going to let you check with staff to make sure that that captures what I just heard.
Does that encapsulate what you're after, Ms. McNeely?
That would work. Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right. Councillor Stevenson, you're, okay, so the Deputy Mayor has made an amendment. The clerk is entering right now. Councillor Stevenson?
I'm willing to second. I'm just wondering if we should take the potential out of there and have the amendment say to work towards removing that. And I'm fine too to second whatever language, as long as the direction is clear that that's the direction we're moving in, is to remove it.
Through the chair, if I may.
Yes.
Even the word possible would be a good word. We use that anytime we do a zoning bylaw amendment. It's a possible amendment. It's for council to consider. The challenge is there'll be science behind it. There'll be other things beyond just it would be nice to have. So that's where the forestry folks will be able to provide that evidential material and for council to consider.
Deputy Mayor?
Following up on that, sorry, we're getting into the technical forestry weeds here a little bit, but would that also potentially come back to say, okay, what we're going to do is alter the tree protection area so that we're not looking for the 66 cluster, we're going to recognize, and essentially, is it possible that what would come back is an alteration that would say, well, if we're going to plant these 140, we want those 140 to be maintained under protection? Or is that, not, or would it just be a yes, take it off, or no, leave it on?
Ms. McNeely?
Thank you. Through the chair, it would be the area. In terms of the litigation matter that's before the enforcement, that's the 66 trees that have been identified under the permit. But having said that, it's removal or alteration of the area, which is we'll say a geographic area within the property, potentially scoped or removed altogether.
Okay, so the clerk has has typed it up. I'll let you know when it's an e-scribe. And
It is.
it is an e-scribe, so refresh your screens and have a
Just up there. Through the chair, if you could just review what's on the screen and let me know if there's any other changes.
So if you go down, it reads that the motion be amended to include a new part that reads as follows, that the civic administration be directed to report back on the possible removal of the tree protection area.
May I suggest that we add the word area to the end, and it's capitalized tree protection area?
So does that amendment look good for both the mover and the seconder? All right, any discussion on the amendment? Okay, we'll call the vote on the amendment.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so I need to move as amended, the motion as amended, both Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. So now we're talking about the motion as amended. Any further discussion? Councillor Stevenson.
I'd just be remiss if I didn't thank the deputy mayor for making himself available so often and guiding through the process.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Then I will from the chair. Yeah, welcome to PAC. I'm glad to see you using the resources. It's a big learning curve, but it looks like you're doing a good job going up fast. And I appreciate your fresh perspective, quite frankly, on the comments, which I also notice is the additional revenue that comes into the city through property tax increases once these are built that we approve. We focus on the units to address our housing crisis, but sometimes I think it goes under the radar a bit of the additional tax revenue that takes the burden off our existing taxpayers. So always good to have a fresh perspective on our committee. Good. Okay, any other comments or questions before I call the vote? Seeing none, let's call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, there are no deferred matters. We do have 2 items in camera, so I'll ask the clerk to prepare the room for those items.
You just have to make them.
Oh, we have to make a motion to go into camera. Moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. We'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Deputy Mayor, can you report out, please?
I am happy, Chair, to report out that we made progress on the 2 items for which we went in camera.
Thank you. A motion to adjourn. Councillor Stevenson, second by Deputy Mayor Lewis. Call the vote.
Motion carries.
We are adjourned. Thanks.